Oh shit. Oh fuck, there's 10 gifted subs. From our boy, Vincent the 11th now. Those subs going out to Axis Fuzz, Jib Bibbles, Roberto Maybe, Intrepid 003, Holy Shot Holiday, Lynch 114, Morphogenesis, Villa Bite Normal Knot, and Prenuncio del Toro. That was a fucking tough one.
And then, of course, one soul gifted sub to Snortin' Coke off of Barney's dick, which I love. What a great name. What a great name. And I gotta say, your sub bombs, Vincent, oh, that's too big. It's too big. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Oh, shit. Yeah, let's get on camera here. What is going on? How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III. And we're going to play some more Quarantine Zone today. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. I really enjoy it. It's got enough to keep me interested, enough new stuff. It's a little repetitive, obviously, but there's like, side shit that's fun to do. And we got a date with Dan! We got a date with motherfucking Dan's Gaming. Because I really, really need to check that motherfucker for zombification. What up, bro? RDLD. A-Train. A-Train. I'm just going to call you A-Train. I'm doing well, thank you. How many times are you going to hit Dan in the balls? Can you die from that in the game? Well, I guess we'll find out. Because that's how many times. We're gonna make damn sure that you can either not or for sure kill somebody by hitting them in the balls with a hammer. We're gonna find out. We're definitely gonna find out. So I got my lady a present last night. I got her a dab rig. I think it's what it's called. A Puffco. It's super expensive. It's a Puffco dab rig, and she's so stoned right now. She's trying to get it to work, and she can't make it work because she's already got too stoned. And she's sitting there like, how do I do this?
150 months. Damn. Can I get a Hail Bazooka? Zeeksuga Zekadagoff.
Hail Berserker!
It's been a minute, AO. 150 goddamn months. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Also, Felishka with a 87. Nothing to sneeze at. Thank you, Felishka. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. She's working on this Puffco dab rig. It's like $430 or something, and it's supposed to be like all like app controlled. Like you can control it with an app on your phone. And she's sitting there like, I don't know, like it's not connecting. I can't get it to work. I don't know. Hold on. I don't know why it's not working. I can't figure it out. Well, they do in Texas, Smoky brand. It's just it's a different kind of thing. But yes, they do have sort of legalized THC products. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but yes, in Texas they do. You can go to the store. I went to the store with Max, and he came out with marijuana. So, thankfully, though, her friend Beth knows how to use that thing. She has one of her own. So, if push comes to shove, she can troubleshoot it with Beth. So. Yeah, battery-powered dab rig. And it's not, you get this stuff called, it's all different kinds of stuff, but it's like a condensed and like consolidated form of like THC. And what I got her it's called butter. And it looks like a little like, goddamn, if you spread it out, it would be like let's see, how much did it get? Like, picture like a can of peas and picture like a large pea. That's how much that you get. And how much you use is like the size of like the tip of a marker or a tip of like a Sharpie. Like you use so little every time you use it. It's fucking insane. It's insane. There's a new law regarding that starting on the 31st though. Is there, Sir Helsing? Oh shit. Well, Texas will ban smokable hemp cannabis on March 31st. Here's what you need to know. New rules from a state health official ban smokable intoxicating hemp products, including pre-rolled joints and hemp flour. Well, that's an uh-oh. Yep, just moved to Canada. Yep. Prince Ali, thank you for gifting a sub to Lurker at the Gate. Welcome, Lurker at the Gate. I gotta have people here to fight it, right? Fair enough. All right, hold on a second here. Oh, God. I guess we're going to be looking at the closest, like... You know, I don't recommend this, obviously, but the closest place to get legal weed from Austin, Texas, I don't know. Yeah, just stock up before the 31st. Yeah, it'll last you for the rest of your life, right? Sure. Surreal Onion, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Oh, that's no good. Yeah. You can get it in New Mexico? Okay. So every time Katie wants to smoke weed, we got to go to New Mexico.
Here.
And then we got to drive back from New Mexico. So that's going to be a once a week thing that we do because usually Katie restocks. Well, maybe not once a week. Once every 2 weeks, Katie restocks on weed. Nice little 20-hour jaunt. Yeah. No, amigo. No. I have not moved. No. We're considering it. Soiled Wig, thank you for the 65 months. Channel good, here money. Hey, I love that. Thank you. Do I smoke? No, I don't. Nope, I don't smoke anything anymore. I don't smoke cigarettes or weed. I never really smoked weed, but I quit smoking cigarettes in June of last year. All I got is my vape. This is my last, vice. Seriously, this is my last vice. I barely even drink anymore. The last time I drank was, actually, it wasn't that long ago. I drank for when we played Use Your Words a couple days ago. But that was the first time in, months. I just don't do it anymore, man. Oh, maybe not months. I did drink in Disney World. Never mind. Special occasions I drink. Caffeine and vape. Yeah, I guess energy drinks. I guess that's a vice that counts. Yeah, I have depending on the day, I usually have one Monster, maybe two. No coffee though. I kind of fell out of coffee. The village blacksmith. Oh, here's Damn It Bane's joke of the day. The village blacksmith finally found an apprentice willing to work hard for long hours. The blacksmith instructed the boy, when I take the shoe out of the fire, I'll lay it on the anvil, and when I nod my head, you hit it with this hammer. The apprentice did just as he was told. Now he's the village blacksmith. That's good misdirect there. When I nod my head, you hit it with a hammer. Yeah. There you go. I get it. It's a great one. Good job. The last time I got stoned, I got dosed by my wife on accident. On accident. No, she was, like, I've told the story before. I'll retell it if you haven't heard it. My wife was taking a shower, and she took a real quick shower. And, I was like, I'm going to take a shower too. So I took a shower right after her, and, I used the same towel she used because it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't super soaked. So I'm like, okay, I'll just use it again and then we'll put it in the wash. So I used the same towel she used. Little did I know that very shower she had put on THC like balm, like for her muscles or back or something, neck. I don't know. But she put that shit on and it definitely got on that towel and I definitely got high. And I did not know what was happening because I was standing at the fridge and I opened the fridge door and she was standing right there and I go, I don't want to alarm you, but I'm high and I don't know why. And so she starts freaking out. She's like, oh my God, what happened now? Jesus. I didn't accidentally put like the weed butter, which she makes sometimes. I didn't put the weed butter. You didn't grab that. I'm like, no, that butter is discolored. It's obviously the weed butter. I would never mistake it for regular butter because it has a definite like brownish greenish tinge to it. So no, I would not use that. And she's like, oh my God. And she's like frantically searching around. And she's like, what else in the house has THC in it? She eventually went to the bathroom and was like, oh, and she told me and I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, can we get some Taco Bell? I'm going to go lay down. She's like, yep, we can do that. Okay, sounds good. Does she have weed in every single thing? No, she just has like, if you smoke weed, if you're a regular weed smoker, like it's rare that you smoke only one kind of weed, like whether it's like flower. As long as if you have legal weed around you, you can experiment with all kinds of shit. So that's what she did. She experimented with all kinds of stuff. Like before you get legal weed, you wouldn't waste it by making like space cake or anything like that because it's like, I think it lowers the effect of it. You have to use more to get the same effect if you're making food with it, right? I think. So you wouldn't want to waste it like that. You're just like, no. My dealer, I get it from my dealer, and my dealer, like, is not a store. It's not like I can go to him every time, like, and he's going to have weed, you know? So, like, it's very precious if it's not legal where you are. So you want to get it in you as potently as possible. I think edible is the most potent. It might be. Maybe I'm out of my mind. Maybe I don't know. But I know you can fuck it up. I know you can. It's hard to fuck up smoking the flower. It's hard to fuck that up. As long as you burn it and put it in your lungs, you're good. Whereas if you make it like a brownies or whatever with it, like there's a chance you could fuck it up, not be strong enough, too strong, like all that kind of shit. And if weed is precious to you, i.e. not legal where you are, so you have to like rely on some dude named Jake who wants to play fucking Star Fox with you before he gives you a bag of weed. It's very precious and you don't want to experiment and fuck it up. Isn't a dab stronger than edible? Well, I mean, as far as by volume, a dab. I'm trying to like show you. Like I'll show you. I'll try and do it. Let's see. Okay, you guys know the size of a Post-it note, right? You guys are pretty good. Like you know what the size of a Post-it note is. I'm not exaggerating. This is not an exaggeration. On the little, like, It's like a little like lip balm size like screw top case for the dab. They recommend, oh shit, they recommend that much. That is a dab. That is a dose of dab butter. That little dot in the middle. That is what they recommend. I shit you not. It even says on the underside, you know what? Hold on, I'll just show you. That's it right there. On one of these things. Recommended serving size. That's what they put that on the thing. That's how much a dab that you take for one dose of dab. You just put it on your tongue? No, you put it like, she got a Puffco. Speaking of, if you're familiar with the Puffco like dab rig and you know how to make one work, she's having trouble. So if you want to head over to her channel and give her a hand, be my guest, please, because she can't get it to work with her phone or whatever. It's an app on her phone with the thing. Like, and they're not communicating or something. I have no idea. But yeah, you need to heat it somehow. But yeah, it's just ridiculously like small amount. It's a ridiculously small amount. Drugs are wild. Have fun. Be safe. Yeah, I know. Whales lol. She is safe. She's here. She gets way too high on Fridays though. And I mean, not way too high, like in a bad way. She gets way too high and we get garbage food night. It's great. Every Friday it's like, what's garbage food? What do you feel like, hon? She gets to pick and she's like, I want burrito. I want hamburger. And I'm like, that sounds delicious. Let's have some of that. Greasy, bad, fast food, like craving. Yeah. No, not sushi night.
Garbage and greasy just sounds like the stream.
It is this stream. You're right, Kidween. Garbage and greasy, this stream. Speaking of that, let's go. We got about 15 seconds left on the ad break. And then let's fucking dive into some Quarantine Zone. I am so excited to get back to this. I'm really having fun with this game. And we still have, I mean, Dan's Gaming's been blue balling us for 11 hours. We've been playing this game. Almost 12 hours we've been playing this game, and Dan has not fucking deigned to show up yet. So it's about time that he came through the line, and we're going to see if you can kill someone in line by hitting them repeatedly in the balls. If you can hit them enough in the crotch to put them down for good. We're going to find out. But we got to wait for Dan. And I think we're on day 15-ish. No, it's random pseudonyms. People were reporting like, I got Dan on my first day and like I had to wait till the very last day to get Dan. So I think it's random when you actually get the guys. Like the special ones. Like I've seen Queso. I've seen a handful of other streamers or content creators. All right. Oh, we're on day 17. There we go. Also, we have gun now.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletin board immediately.
And there is an achievement for killing 20 rats. And I have 12. I think it's 20. Oops. It is fucking 30. Damn. Okay. Also, I get to shoot out the lights, 5 light bulbs. Okay. That should be 3. There's 4. And there's 5. That should be it. Yep. There's my mouse. Yep, lights out. There it is. We got it. Okay. So we just have 18 more rats to slay and shoot a human brain through a basketball hoop. We got to extract a brain and shoot it through a hoop? I haven't even seen a hoop. Oh yeah, shift tab. That's what I should do. You're right. Thank you. I just forgot. Okay. First things first. We check. We do the resupply. Holy shit. Oh, I fucking upgraded. I upgraded my canteen. That's right. Yeah, 36 people per day. There's no way I'm gonna need that much. We'll get it to 35. We'll get it up to 100. There. And then I do have the upgrade that, yeah, hydroponics creates 8 units of food per day. Okay.
Rubber ducky spaceship jizz storm. Yes, that's what love is all about. Rubber ducks and jizz storms.
Okay, so once I get my thing up to level 5. Where are we at? Okay, I need to get 700 points, so I got a ways to go. Okay, so I did the resupply. Feed zombie. I think I have one, don't I? Do I have a zombie? I think I have the dad or the son. I do. Let's feed him. Spencer, thank you for the bits. Yeah, we had queso last time, Martin. Yep, I saw him. He came through. Did we kill him? Was he a zombie? I can't remember if we let him through or we killed him. He fit through the gate? Barely. There you go, buddy. Yeah, that's a good boy. You like that, don't you? Yes. God damn it. I really want that rat achievement. All right. What do we got here? Oh, and then the last thing was check quarantine. Do I have anybody in quarantine? I do. Okay.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No reported.
All right, what's your deal,
I went
bitch?
through quarantine once. I passed.
Okay, temp, pulse, red bruising. Okay, let's check that first. Pulse went down. Temp is still high, but pulse went down. Okay. Now zombies. Now, is it true that zombies don't get better? Okay, the red bruising is still there. Oh, and she's got the, oh no, oh yeah, she's got the ocular, she's got those things. So she still has elevated temp, red bruising, but her pulse went down. Yeah, she still has all the same things she had before. Yeah, no, I improved the tool once. I just didn't have the points to improve it again. I got to get to the next level to improve it one more time. All right, you know what? I'm going to send you through. Oh, not zombie. I didn't even realize her fucking shirt said that. Not zombie. That's great. Okay. Okay.
I won't waste this chance. Thank you.
All right, you, sir.
Please, if you find something, lie. I can't go back.
Now, hold on. Is that an unknown symptom? That yellow, the yellow coming out of the nose? Mouth bleeding, still got it. Phage complex, still got it. Okay. You have an unknown symptom, bro. And since I already, like, did stuff to him, like, I don't think it matters. I just send him to quarantine and it's fine. Or send him to the lab. Maybe we can use his brain as a basketball. Maybe. Thank you, Chris Godsman, with the 39 months.
This is bullshit. I'm cleaner than half of the people you let through.
Oh, shut your fucking face. What do you got? Temp, respiration, and a bad liver. Okay. So let's go temp. Wow. Oh, shit. And your pulse went up. No, it didn't. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so you still got elevated temp. What were the other things? Respiration. Okay, respiration and okay. Nope. Oh, respiration got better. Okay, cleared up. Yep. He still got that. Oh man. Did I mark down 2 of those? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay, he's got internal bleeding and color differences. Okay. But he did lose 1. Okay. So if you lost 1, I think you're just sick. Where's the... There we go. Sick or infected. But yeah, you lost the breath sound, so you got better. Yeah, all right. Let him stay another day in quarantine just because? Okay.
Identification verified.
All right, NCATter. Why just because? Okay, here we go. We're gonna extract your something. There we go. No, the next for sure zombie, we'll send him to the lab and we'll extract their brain. No, this guy I actually need for the, there we go. Symptom found. Mouth bleeding, eye pus, nose pus. Nose pus is a death sentence. Okay, cool. No, next for sure zombie we have, I will send him there and then take his brain out. And then figure out how to shoot basketball with it. I don't know where the hoop is. All right, come here, Jonesy. Oh, that's good, Jonesy. Hoop, oh, it's in the tent zone. Okay, so. All right, let's go.
Next survivor.
You're not Dan. You are definitely not Dan's Gaming.
我是好人了，我是好人。
Oh, wait. I forgot to check the bulletin board. Patient 0.5. Our expedition crew found a dwelling containing evidence of an early variant of the virus. The address is 8 Horatio Street. Apartment 94. Terminate the target. 8 Horatio Street. Nope, he's on 120th. Okay. All right. Pulse and temp looking good. Reflex is okay. Oh, shit. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. How's your brain? Is your brain pretty good? You got a good brain? Very, is it round? Is it a round brain? Does it have good bounce? Okay. Breath. Good. That looks ballish. Ball-shaped-ish. Okay. Nothing inside your asshole, sir? Yeah, nothing here. Nothing there. Okay. All right, well, you got bites, so you're fucked. Oh, the shirt says call the network administrator. That's nice. Okay. To the lab. Excellent inspection. Sorry. Was I walking too close to you? I apologize.
Any attempts to leave the zone without authorization will result in immediate consequences.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, infected eliminated, and there it is. Let's go, yoink. And I got 400 bucks for that. It doesn't even go through the hoop. Did it! Shoot a human brain through the basketball hoop. The brain slam. Clean shot, zero conscience. Beautiful. Got the achievement. Yeah, that's pretty dark. Wow, it is easier to kill them with a fucking hammer. Because they don't scatter. I gotta kill 30 of those fuckers. That is a smart looking air freshener. All right.
Don't make me wait.
Next. Come on in. You are not dressed for this weather.
Reporting your behavior to your commanding officer.
Oh, there it is. See, he said something this time. That's aggression. I'm reporting to your commanding officer. That's aggression. All right, pulse and temp are good. Yep, shit. Let's see how the reflexes. Good. You didn't have a bag, right? No, no bag. Oh, what's this? Okay, nothing there. What's this? Oh, there we go. We got some labored breathing. Nothing too bad. Yep. Okay. Oops. Got this. Sickly breath. Yeah. All right. No, I'm saving all my ball hitting for Dan. Whenever he deigns to show up. Sir? Anything inside your asshole, sir? No. Okay, looking good. All right, this guy definitely has something. Okay, he's got the flagellas. He's got the pinkies. Got the orangies. Where does he have the spermies? Flagellis. All right, that's all I see. I see the three of the greens. The flagellis, the pinkies, and the orangies. Okay. Flagellis, pinkies, orangies. Okay. And how many you got? He just has aggression. But for aggression, you still get quarantined, bro. Sorry, you still get quarantined.
You're cruising for a bruising, jackass.
Cruising for a bruising jackass.
Move it. Sir.
Please. I'm just tired. Not sick.
Right. Well, let's see. You got the orangies. You got the reddies. Yep, you got the orangies and reddies. And the pinkies. Orangies, pinkies, reddies. And flagellis. There's a flagelli. Those flagellis like to fucking hide. There you go. Orangies, pinkies, reddies, flagellis. Orangies, pinkies, reddies, flagellis. And I do hear a zombie. Oh fuck, I haven't been checking their addresses! Short Ave, Washington Street, or Washington, D.C. Okay, she's from Washington, D.C.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
This place is filthy. What is wrong with you people?
Boston. Okay, that guy's from Boston.
You're cruising for a bruising, jackass.
And that guy wasn't even here. I was sure I heard a zombie, yeah. Oh, there you are. Infinite ammo. I love it. All right. Put the gun away. How you doing? Because I wanted to come back to this, Sir Disco Turkey. I'm probably going to continue System Shock 2 on Tuesday. I just wanted to get back. I was itching to go back to this. Superficial. Okay. Next, breath sounds. That sounds good. Looks good there. You hiding anything inside, you asshole? Nope. Okay. Well, I already did the other exam, so let's see. We're gonna send you to. Yeah, you got the phage. You're gonna go to quarantine, lady. Wait a minute. You don't have a bag, right? No. Okay. Quarantine, you go.
You can't do this.
Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Perfect. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Perfectly appropriate. No, the knees are different colors. Sometimes the elbows and the knees have discoloration, but that doesn't count as bruising. Bruising is usually way more obvious.
Come on.
Hooter Dooter, thank you for 33 months.
What happens if you find something? What will you do to me?
37, 38, 39. Oh, 39, yeah, elevated temp.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and
Elevated
wait for
temp.
your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Exposure.
Prepare your belongings for
Exposure is
inspection.
not a symptom, apparently. Even though it's super obvious. She's got like vitiligo hands. Now that's just the herp, right? That's just the herpaderps. Pretty sure. To make up for the piggy a couple days ago, the most wholesome on the board. Oh, the most wholesome one? Okay. Here we go.
Look at my enormous penis.
There you go. That's pretty wholesome. Nice jaunty tune. Okay. Next, breath. Breath's good. Okay. Now for the eye exam. All right, you got spermies, pinkies, spermies, pinkies, oranges, oh, you got ghosties. Spermies, pinkies, oranges, and ghosties. Yep. Okay. You got spermies, pinkies, oranges, and ghosties. There you go. And that means you go to quarantine, lady. You don't know the evil. You just unleashed, but that incantation, Zeke.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
No, you don't understand.
Clothing, hats, glasses,
Shit!
and gloves.
I didn't check the fucking address.
Prepare your belongings. Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
I didn't check yours either. God damn it. I gotta remember to check that.
What are you
You're okay.
doing?
You're Washington,
Is
D.C.
this
Okay,
really
you're fine.
necessary? Wait, why? I'm fine.
Please don't scan me with that.
New York, East 135th Street. Okay, she's fine.
Wait, why? I'm fine.
Because we're looking for Horatio Street. All right, Horatio Street. Got to keep looking. Okay, first things first. Check for Horatio
I don't have
Street.
any symptoms.
Allen Street. No. Okay. All right, pulse and temp are good. Good. Red bruising. Okay. Okay. Got yellow breath. Oh, got pink organs. Hide anything up your ass, sir? No, god damn it, why do you do that? I hate that it's a scroll wheel to change the layer. Okay, good. Eye exam. Yeah, you look good on the eye exam. Yep. Okay, you're fine. Okay. And you didn't have a bag, right? Nope. All right. So we got all of that shit. You're going to quarantine, son.
I was healthy yesterday.
Excellent
Just check
inspection.
again.
Move it.
Oh. First things first. Check where you're from. Hey!
Please don't scam me with that. I've heard stories.
East 135th, Detroit. Nope. Okay, you got a bag. Mark a bag. All right. Confiscating. Confiscating.
Sorry.
Confiscating.
I need that. It's for emotional support.
The drugs? Yes, I agree. The drugs can be very emotionally supportive.
Here?
Wow. That guy had a
It's
fucking bunch of drugs.
Support.
Fake doctor. I bet he's a real doctor. Look at him. Can I not take his mask off? I should be able to do that, but I can't. Okay. Oh, contraband. Gotta mark down contraband. Oh, you don't mark down contraband. Just weapon, contaminated baggage? Yeah, okay. So drugs don't count. I don't have to mark that down. Elevated temp. Oh. Okay. Elevated temp, elevated pulse. Okay. Looking good. You ever cover your crack with a thong IRL? I've worn a thong once or twice, but always as a joke.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Hats, glasses, and gloves,
Prepare your
dickhead.
belongings for inspection.
Or, I guess masking. Masks might not count. Okay. How's your eyes doing? They look fine. I don't see nothing. Yeah. Okay. So, you just have elevated temp and baggage. Elevated temp and pulse and baggage. Shit. Okay, I guess you're going to quarantine. I'm gonna have to take that other guy out of quarantine.
I was healthy yesterday. Just check again.
Yep. Is this guy a streamer? Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Guomi, what kind of a question is that? Where do you think you are?
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Please. I've lost too much already. Don't make me turn back now.
Yeah, you lost the symptoms, so we're gonna go ahead and put you in Gen Pop. I hope. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. We have... Oh, we should have syringed him. We do have more syringes. Fuck. I could have syringed him. Vincent gifting a sub to part-timer Zach.
Don't make me wait.
What's up, Dexter DVD?
Please, can we hurry?
All right, first things first. Check your...
I think we were followed.
New York, Horatio Street. It doesn't say the actual address, but it just says New York and Horatio Street. You always get cash for sending in survivor's block. It doesn't mean they're not infected, though. Yeah, Mel, KOTOR 2 is coming. It's coming sometime. Stop fucking bugging me about it. It will happen. All right. I want to get the science points out of her, so we'll let her go and then shoot her on her way to the, yeah. All right, first things first, we see the red eyes.
Yorican?
You are
Yes,
in a
indeed.
quarantine zone.
When will then be
Stay
now?
calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
All right, pulse and temp are fine.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Good. Good. Good, okay. Labored breathing. Okay. Oh, she got pink brain. Oh, I didn't do the last thing. Is there an end to this game? Yeah, there's only so many you can, there's only so many days. I'm at, I think there's 25 days, and I'm on day, like, there we go. All right, she's got some, where is it? There we go. Internal contraband. All right, buddy. Go to work, son. I'm on day 17. There you go. So I've got like 8 days left. Is that... Those are zombie parts, right? Now, do I put contaminated baggage? If you discover zombie body parts while expecting baggage, though. I think that's just internal contraband. I think it's all one thing. They must, well, she must be eliminated anyways. She's the target of the, daily. Spermies. She got spermies, oranges. Oops. Pinkies. Spermies, oranges, pinkies. Okay. Spermies, oranges, pinkies. And I think that's it. So now we get out the gun. We diagnose her. We send her to liquidation.
There. I heard that.
Oh! No, she was infected anyway. She was dead anyways, but like...
On me at all. No, sir, the Zeke sub isn't contaminous. It looks weird, but it is safe. I promise.
She was on Horatio Street. I should have got the points for that. Maybe the right target will mention the full address. Why not the laboratory though? The reason why is because I don't actually get science points for doing extractions. It just wastes more time. I thought I was getting like science points for doing quick extractions, but no, I'm not. So it's just a waste of time. Cold Age, thank you for 57 months.
Next survivor.
My hands won't stop shaking.
Take off the hat, please. All right, you got some freckles. Freckles are bad news. But it said she got a new variant? No, I got an excellent inspection for her. Oh, address, right. Yonkers, Washington Square.
You're a cunt.
What
Again?
do you call a zombie that cooks stir fries? Dead man walking.
Dead man walking. I get it. That's a great one. Okay, we got some labored breathing.
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm.
Yeah. Okay, you got some sickly breath. You got something way up your ass, sir. Anything in your mouth? Oh, you do. He's got a... bullet in the mouth. Got some drugs in the lungs. What is that? Oh, that looks okay, whatever that is, but all right, you got internal contraband. Okay. Where were we? 5, 6. There we go. We're on 6. All right, you got flagellis. Oranges. Flagellis and oranges, that's all I see. Okay. All green. Good to go.
I'll be okay, right?
Excellent inspection.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I heard another zombie as well. You'd think they'd be more alarmed, dude. Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't even gone through one day yet. It takes so fucking long. Last person.
Come on.
Gotta be you, right? Fucking nice hat, lady. Holy shit.
Just check. You'll see I'm fine.
Horatio Street. There we go. There's another one from Horatio Street. Gotta be the one. Oh, dude, don't do that. Don't accidentally do it. Okay, yellow eyes and bloody nose. Bloody nose. Yellow eyes. All right. Pulse and temp are good. Yep, okay. Reflex is good. She is pitting out, though, hard. Is that a new symptom? That might be a new symptom. Pitting out? No. And she's only pitting out on... Oh, no. She got a little bit of pitting out on that side. Fuck. All right, that's labored. Yeah, I think we can lab and still get the points because she dies anyways, right? You never heard armpit sweat described? Oh, described as pitting out? All right, we got spermies. She got sperm in her eye. We got flagellies. We got orangies. Spermy, flagelli, orangey. Okay. She got spermies, flagellis, and orangies. And I don't know, man. Okay. You think it's got to be something? Oops. Oh, she got pinkies too. I just saw that. Yeah. There it is. Yep, pinkies. Right there on the edge. Okay. Yep. Good call, good eye. Okay, so as long as she dies, it's fine, right? So I can give her like an unknown symptom and send her to the lab, and as long as she dies, I'll get the money. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. No, I want to know if that pitting out is an actual symptom or not.
What? Yes, sir.
That fucking guard walking so close to me, fucking me up. Oh, there it is. Successfully completed. 1,200 bucks. Yep, we got the money for it. They always die when you send them to the lab. Lab is a death sentence.
If you experience any symptoms, report to the staff immediately.
Nope. Okay, so pitting out is not a symptom. Oh yeah, still eating. Good job. Man, we got a lot of people in the fucking quarantine block. Let's see. Can I? Nope. The food. 4,800. All right, we'll max out the food now. 96. 25. Okay, cool. Now we should be able to upkeep the food for as long as we need. All right, that's the end of the day. Let's hope nobody we sent through is zombified. No penalties. Let's go.
Zeeklav, Zeek
Oh,
sausage,
shit.
Zeek flirt.
Oh, current balance. Okay, current balance. We're good. We're good. We're still in the green. We're still in the green. Or in the black or whatever. Okay. 0 deaths on block. Nice. Okay, cool. All right, Jonesy. Good kitty.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletin board immediately.
I'm aware. Thank you. Oh, there we go. There we go. Here's all the rats.
Good work, Grunt. Don't get used to the praise.
Oh, the Gray Tide. I got $1,200 for that. I'm still at 15. I don't know. That might have been the daily. I don't know. But I need 15 more of these fuckers to get the achievement. No, in the black is good, in the red is bad. When you're talking about money, Senkaros. I'm pretty sure. Oh shit, we're shitboxing Mr. Scott Evans because Zeke, did you feel like you finally made it when you could stop freezing beef and cheddars? Hilarious. There you go, Pega Man. In the shitbox you go. Ecstasy, thank you for the 54 months. And Super Mutant, oh my god, 148, Jesus Christ. That's a lot. Give me the uwu, you got it. Cover your ears, everybody.
Ooh, piggy wiggy.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you all.
Piggy wiggy.
I hate you all.
Wiggly.
I hate you all. Okay. First things first. Resupply. Generator. Okay. Canteen. Good. Medical supplies. Good. Okay. Next is feed the zombie. Oh wait, feed him. Oh, wow, not serve the virus-infected rats, but there are too many. Thin them out before they grow to the size of boars, just like in the stories. That was the daily. Smash. Oh, smash 3 rats with a hammer, so you specifically have to do it with a hammer. Wow, that was convenient. Well, you're gonna need a fucking body on there, probably. There we go. There you go, buddy. That's my good boy. All right. Check quarantine. I'm gonna rock your body right.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
What was that noise? Are they here?
Temp and pulse. Okay, so we can just check that real quick. Pulse is going down. Temp is still elevated, but pulse went down, so that's good. Wait. Yeah, pulse is good. Okay. All right, you're good. Send you to the... Send you to the survivor's block. You got better. All right. Next.
Please, I'm just tired.
Bruising, respiration, and bad color organ. Okay, let's see. Check the respiration. Still bad. Check the bruising. Still there. What was the other thing? Oh, the color. Right. Yep, still there. Shit. What was it? Oh, let me check your, yeah. Still good. Yeah. Let's see, nothing nowhere. Oh, fuck. Are we gonna have to just like... Because he didn't lose any symptoms and he didn't gain any. He still has red bruising, the respiration, and the weird colored organ. But he hasn't gained any that I can tell of. Yeah. Better just give him the shot.
The subject is
Okay.
infected.
That's what I
and
thought.
must be eliminated.
All right. Next.
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
This place is filthy. What is wrong with you people?
Oh, he gained a symptom. He's got a bloody nose. Yep, gained a symptom, bloody nose. You get 4 more Chivos, you got a perfect game there, champ. I know, right? So you're gaining symptoms, bro, so. He gained a symptom. I thought that was definite. I thought that was automatic, like zombie. I know it was a green symptom, but he still gained one.
Available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Oh, fuck. I gotta do the rat thing again? Son of a bitch. Fuck me. God, there was a whole horde of them. Made it easy for me. There they are.
Good work, Grunt. Don't get used to the praise.
that does count. So if I just restart this day, I could possibly get all the way there.
Offenders will be isolated.
There we go. Oh, that's my guy. And maybe just me, but on this day, the rats seem a lot easier to kill and there's more of them. Oh, well. Okay. I said drive. No, I've not seen Mr. Dan's Gaming yet. Hopefully today.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
I've seen slugs move faster.
Oh, see, he doesn't have a nosebleed today. Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does. All right, let's just do a regular inspection. Okay, fine there. Fine there. Okay, we got green breathing. We already had that. He's got orangies, pinkies. Pretty sure I got an excellent inspection on this guy. Yeah, I'm only seeing orangies and pinkies. Yeah, the flagellis. Did he lose the flagellis? So he gained a bloody nose and lost some flagellis. Well, I mean, last time, like, guy's fine.
Right choice. We're done here.
Send him to the block. All right. You, come on out. Think someone might have punched him in the block? Yeah.
Please.
What was your deals?
Just tired.
Oh, all eye stuff, huh? All right, you got orangies, pinkies. You had reddies, right? Flagellis. Yeah, I think your reddies went away. That's good. Yep, that's good. Okay, you're getting better, so let's yeah. Okay. Let's send you to the block.
I won't let you down. I promise.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No
Wait, you saw
incidents
red?
reported.
I didn't see any of the reddies.
Please.
Yeah, I only saw orangies.
Something lie. I can't go back.
Oops. You had bruising, respiration, and pink. Right. Yep. Still got pink guts. No, 4. Yep. Your respiration's still bad. And nope. Still got the bruise. Okay. Okay. So he's not getting better. Still got the bruises, respiration, the color difference. Yeah. And I think we syringed this guy last time, right? Yeah, he's the one who shot before. Yeah, the syringe said he's bad, but fuck it. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again just to keep it fair. Okay, good. All right. Next. Just kick him out of the way. It's fine. Just kick him out of the way.
I'll do anything. Just don't send me back.
All right. What's your deal? You had... Oh, the ghosties and an elevated temp. You still got the herpes, obviously. Your temp is still elevated. Still got the herpaderps. Oh, is it pale? Oh yeah, she's pale. Ah, good call, good catch. Pale skin, there we go. All right. So you're gaining symptoms, which usually means that you should die, but... Yeah, you still got the ghosties, still got the spermies, pinkies, orangies. Reddies! Oh, you got the reddies too. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, you got the readies too. So yeah, you're gaining symptoms. So oh my God, I don't want to do this over again. All right, you might cost me $1,000. Okay, she was infected. Good. All right, next. Yeah, just kick her out of the way. She's fine.
I feel okay, I promise.
Thank you. Okay, temp and pulse. Let's see. Pulse went down. Temp is still raised, but pulse went down. Nope, no Dan yet. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna send you on your way, sir. You can go ahead and head over the block. Get on over.
What's the death rate in here?
Cool. All right, now we don't have to. We already got the mission for today, so we got the resupply of the zombie. We fed the zombie and we checked the quarantine. All right, it's time. Let's start another day of work.
Please don't scan me with that. I've heard stories.
Bro.
I have a gun here? That's not mine. Really, I promise. How did that gun get in there? Somebody must have planted it on me.
Must have.
I need that. It's for emotional support.
I'm gonna try something here.
That's not mine. Really, I promise.
I should have checked to see if my money went up. Did my money go up? Okay, 68.90. It did not? Okay. No, I was looking at the top left. Money goes up like 100 over there, but no. Okay. Just seeing if it added to it. Should add, right? Don't you think?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Okay. I bet this dude's got some contraband up his ass. I'd be surprised if he didn't. What? He doesn't have his ass just jammed full of grenades? All right. Yep, looks good there. All right, I just took a bunch of shit from him, but he seems fine.
What's the death rate in here?
Excellent inspection. All right, next.
Don't make me wait.
Come on up.
This is just a bad dream.
Yes, just a bad dream, sir. You'll wake up any moment now, I promise. Okay, that's good. Okay. Look good there, look good there. He's got a pinky. Yep, big pinky. Okay. And last but not least, all right, he's got orangies, spermies. Flagellis, orangies, spermies, flagellis. Pinkies. Orangies, pinkies, spermies, and flagellis. He's got all the green ones. Okay. Orangies, pinkies, spermies, flagellis. And that means, yeah, he's going to quarantine. Oh, did he have a backpack? He did not. Okay. Quarantine. Head on over.
You can't do this, please.
All right, next.
What? Come on.
That is an amazing stash, though. You're right.
Hello.
Got baggage. What else he got? He got a kunai.
You serious?
I'll go ahead and take that. You can keep the garlic and the glove, I guess. And the weird baby doll. But he had a kunai. It's a valve. It looks like a cross valve for a like an air compressor or something, or maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. But it doesn't look like a weapon, so I'm not taking it. A Jesus valve. Yes, exactly. Okay, got that. On to one. Here we go. That looks good. I don't have UV yet. I haven't unlocked it yet. It is a nondescript book. Who that is? Dr. Feelgood. He's the one that called it Big Boot. He's the one that make big ball that. He's the one that called it Big Boot. He gonna be your banking time. Breath. Breath's good. 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 Okay, and last but not least, an eye exam. Yeah. You look good. Yep, no nothing. Good. Okay. All right, all you had was some contraband. So you should be good to go, sir.
Finally.
Excellent inspection. All right, last one for the day. Nope, we got one more after this. No Dan, though. Damn it, no Dan.
Did you hear that? Someone's watching.
His
us
name
and
was
going-
Eddie the Mexorcist. Oh, he must have been a streamer or something. All right, she's got conjunctivitis. I can see that already. Is she pale? Oh, it's so hard to tell. I don't think she's pale. She definitely has conjunctivitis. right, 84. Okay, we're good. All right, 2. And that's good. Tattoos. Ooh, you got some rashies there. And some bruisies. All right. Next. Good. Good. Vincent gifting a sub to Dan's Gaming. Hell yeah. Summoning the Dan. All right, looking good. No, I don't see nada. Looks good to me. All right. Unfortunately, you do have conjunctivitis, skin rash, and red bruising, so we're going to send you right to quarantine. Oh, you didn't have a bag, right? No, you didn't. Okay.
I'm not sick. I
Excellent
swear.
inspection. All right, next.
Next survivor.
Now that is for sure red face.
Eye on you, soldier.
Red face. Red face. Aggressive. What else we got? Yeah, see, now they made her say something right away, so that you know, like, she's aggressive.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
All right.
Remove your
Pulse
outer
and temp are
clothing,
good.
glasses, and gloves.
What grabs you with this game compared to Simulated Papers, please? I think it's because it's in 3D. Like, it's in 3 dimensions, and like Contraband Police and this one, like, there's other stuff to do besides just check them. With Papers, Please, you're just checking stuff. I mean, there are a little here and there stuff, but like, this one has like, you know, kill the rats, feed zombies, you know, it has like little stuff that like, besides the checking that I enjoy. And it helps that it's in first person 3D, you know, not just a 2D looking at papers over and over again. I still like those games, but I really enjoy these ones. Okay, she got some labored breathing. Yeah. Oh, this lady's got some internal bleeding. Yep. Anything in your asshole, ma'am? Ma'am? You have anything in your asshole? No? Okay. Let's check those eyeballs. All right, we got spermies, orangies, pinkies. Usually spermies and flagellis go together, and flagellis like to hide. It sucks. All right, spermies, orangies, pinkies, that's it? Okay. Spermies, orangies, pinkies. You got that aggression, though, so that aggression means you're quarantined. Oh, bag! Oh my god, I forgot she had a bag. Shit, I didn't even check it. See what else we got. Got a wrench, flashlight, some beers, and lemon. Now, that lemon was only for that one mission, right? It doesn't count for any other missions after that?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
Yeah, no more exploding lemons. Okay.
Glasses and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Okay. Quarantine you go. See if you can lose some of that attitude. Excellent inspection. Nice. Okay. I think you need the lemon ladder for a party. Look it up. Bro, stop shoulder checking me. Hey, another collectible for 500 bucks. Nice. I always go up the other tower. Oh, there you are. Okay. Sounds like there's one like right at the fucking gate. Ah, fuck it. Whatever. Alright, let's build. We got 8,500. You know what? Maybe we should build in the morning? Okay, so that needs level 5. Oh, okay, so I can upgrade the security tower for 5 grand. Canteen is done. Level 5. Level 5. Auto feeder. I don't care. I like feeding my zombies. Level 5. Defense center is fully upgraded. Yep. Okay, so the only thing I can do on this level is do the security tower. There. Good. Okay. That's fully upgraded. Everything else is waiting for level 5, which is we got 200 more science points to go. It went well, Badgie. I'm probably going to continue System Shock 2 on Tuesday. If I finish this, which maybe I hope. I fed it. I feed it in the morning. I always feed my zombies in the morning. Oh, penalties minus 100 because I stole something. Okay.
Morning, buddy. Got news. We finally got the UV tower.
Georgie, were you watching me sleep?
By before your shift.
Ah, there it is. UV tower. UV tower, new thing.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
All right. Okay. Those are done. Next order of business is feed my zombie. These are your least favorite? That eye exam is fucking tedious, man. I don't like that. That one's the one that takes the most time and it sucks ass. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Who's a hungry girl? Boy, whatever. Who's a hungry Zed? Someone's a hungry Zed. Oh, yes. Oh, you're so good. You eat so good. Nice work. How big is it? Oh, that's too big. It's too big, Spencer. All right, and last thing is check quarantine.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable.
Why are we feeding zombies? Because that on evacuation day there were $2,000.
Find something. What will you do to me?
All right. Hyper-aggressive reflex and color differences. Okay, let's see. Oh. Your tum-tum got better. Look at that. You're still slappy. That's okay. You're still slappy. Pinkies, orangies, spermies. Yep, okay. I look like your flagellies went away, so let's send you a Gen Pop.
What's the death rate in here?
No, you're getting better. You're good. Vincent giving a sub to LZT Lima Zulu Tango.
Every second we stand here, they are coming closer.
Holy Jesus. What were your symptoms? Conjunctivitis, skin rash, red bruise. Also, you got pale. She got pale, didn't she? Yep. All right, next. Yeah, the lighting isn't helping. That's for sure.
I'm definitely reporting your behavior to your commanding officer.
Aggression. Did she get... She got red-faced, didn't she? No, she wasn't red-faced. She was just aggressive. Oh, no, red skin. Oh, okay, never mind. Right, I forgot it's a green. That's a greenie. That's a greenie. All right, so you're still aggressive. You still got red skin. Fuck me. Well, pulse and temper good. Yeah, this new lighting sucks. There we... Nope. Oh, I can't turn it off? Oh, there, now it's off. Okay. Off for a minute. Internal bleeding. Wait, was that there before? Yeah, it was there before. Okay. Internal bleeding. All right, pinkies, orangies, spermies. Yeah, pinkies, oranges, spermies. That's all I'm seeing. Shit! She has all the same symptoms. Oh, the sickly breath. Hold on, let me check that. Oh! Oh, her breath got better! Her breath got better! Yay! You saw it red. No, you did not, you liar. No. Her breath got better though, so. Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. All right, so she did lose a symptom. There. Okay. Sending her to Gen Pop.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable.
All right, what's my goal for today? Rave from the grave. A new drug mixes soda with infected blood. Kids drink it to get high and then turn. If someone brings a can of soda, confiscate it. Okay. Can do. All right. I said. Oh, I gotta talk to what's his name, right?
You should have seen us
Yeah.
putting the thing together. 14 pages of instructions, single-spaced. And now we can see things the human eye can't normally detect. Downside is, it eats a crazy amount of power. So make every second count.
Oh, fuck. So I already used... Okay, never mind. That didn't count. All right. Use a UV tower and assign the survivor. Yeah.
Move it.
I'm not sure how to use it. I see the UV lamps.
What's the point of all this? We're all dead already.
Why is there flies?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
All right, something that are impossible to see with naked eye. UV tower shines a light on what is otherwise invisible. Can find hidden marks or symptoms on a survivor. UV tower to find hidden marks on the survivor's baggage or on the surfaces around the checkpoint. To conserve power, the UV is designed to work for short periods of time only. If you run it too long, it will need to recharge. Did he piss his pants? What is that stink line stuff? He pissed or shit himself. What are those? Is that a new symptom? I checked under the UV. Oh, they're bites. They look like kisses. They do look like kisses, though. So do those count as bites? UV vapors. When you see them, you need to do a scan that show hidden symptoms. If you see any symptoms, they aren't infected. Okay, oh, let me check the thing here. There we go. UV vapor. Ah, UV symptom. Okay. Oh, god damn it! He might have had UV contraband too. I took it too early. Fuck.
And wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh, good. It is on there. Good. Okay, fine. So, do I confiscate this stuff with the UV on it? You don't. Okay. Oh, invisible contamination marks revealed under UV light. Okay. Well, let's try it. It's $100. Yeah. Okay. So no, you don't have to confiscate it. I swear to God, I thought I saw this guy have bruising. Maybe it's a different person. Okay. No, he doesn't have freckles. Freckles are really pronounced. All right, so this guy was just a tutorial for this, for the UV shit. So he has vapor, UV symptom, contraband. Wait, oh, UV contraband goes here. Okay, so he's infected, and we send him to liquidation.
What could be worse?
There we go. I mean, I can't let the guys in the crate have all the fun. I mean, right?
Next survivor.
You're welcome, Marnik Wrong.
My kids made it through yesterday. I just need to join them.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare.
So if they don't have the UV stink on them, they probably don't have anything. Yeah. Okay. So like I said, freckles pretty pronounced. Do you like shows like CSI back in the day? I love CSI Vegas. I didn't watch many of the other ones. I like Grissom, the guy who plays Grissom. I think he's a great actor. I love them as Pat Garrett as well in Young Guns. All right. Labored. Oops. That's 4, right? Yeah, 5. On 5. Holy fucking yellow! He's got brass knuckles up his ass. Up his ass and sideways. Okay, is that a new symptom? Is there room for a new symptom on that? Oops, down, down, down. No. There we go. Oh, there is one. Okay, so there is a new one. Okay. There we go. Well, you don't have any murder-worthy offenses, but those yellow lungs are not good. Yeah. All right, buddy. It does look like it has like internal bleeding as well as like the yellow coloring. But yeah, that's got to be a new symptom, right? Oh, I didn't do the eye test yet, right? Yeah, they're not squinting, so the eye test, yeah, nothing there. Okay. All right. To the lab you go. Excellent inspection. Good for me.
Sir.
Miss Merck, good to see you. 136 months. Fuck, what was the daily mission? It was, oh, damn. I don't know if I even checked. Oh, soda can. Right, soda can with drugs in it. Easy peasy. Did he give me money? Symptom found. Let's go. Fatty hepatosis. Oh, but it's a green symptom, so that's not good. That's not good. Could have been worse. How close am I? 528. Shit. You got a cough there, bud? Might have to quarantine you.
Don't make me wait.
Okay.
I was helping others out there.
Oh.
Look, no bites.
All right. Well, first thing you do, you got freckles, pal. You got freckles. You got the stink on you. Shit, I couldn't see anything. I see the bruising.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove
Where the
your outer
fuck?
clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Now, is it actually taking up power? It's not. Okay. It's not actually taking up power. Dude, what the fuck? She got the stank on it. It could just be the vapors, you think? So it could be vapors with no, like, markings? Okay. You're right. It is separate. You're not wrong. Okay. Faint UV reactive vapor indicating possible infection beneath the surface. Okay. So all you got is freckles, bruises, and vapor, which are all green. I think that means you can go. Yep, excellent inspection. Good.
I made it.
Come on.
Hat.
I know the rules. I wouldn't
Thank
be
you.
here if I wasn't okay.
As he clutches his stomach. It's all focused on this arm.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Yeah, he's been elbow deep in a zombie. He's been elbow deep in that zussy. Oh, no reaction. I didn't see anything but vapors, man. Oh. That's a new symptom, isn't it? Or is that hepatosis or whatever? That might be the hepatosis or whatever. Nada, dude, nada. Nope, no Dan yet. Okay. Last one was lungs. The guy had lungs. But it was that color. I'm not sure if that's the... Okay. We got absent reflex, UV vapor, and fatty hepatosis. Is that okay? Just so I'm 100% on this, like, that is what that is. That's not a new symptom, right? That is the hepatosis.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Quarantine if you're not sure. No, it's not a matter of quarantining him. It's a matter of putting him in the lab or putting him in Gen Pop. Because it looks like this. It's yellow with red and black spots. But it's in the brain is my only, like, wonder. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go with my gut here. And I'm gonna say Gen Pop for you. I lost $100 because I lost $100 because he was there was some contraband I missed inside of him. But I didn't lose any, like, because of misdiagnosis, right? Did I get an excellent? There was he swallowed a fucking grenade. Or, wow, he had a bunch of stuff. He had something up his ass. He had brass knuckles up his ass. I'm gonna see if this works. Nope, it doesn't work. So I did miss some contraband, but it didn't give me like a negative as far as like the inspection goes. Probably competent. All right.
Next.
I can't.
Okay.
But
so this guy's a fucking drug dealer.
you need to let me keep that. But where are you taking
In a
those?
quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats,
Just
glasses,
like high
and
school.
gloves.
Oh, that wasn't a seizable thing? Fuck you.
Please don't.
Okay, mushrooms are fine too. Mushroom scales, all that's fine. But he didn't have any weapons. He just had drugs. Okay, first things first, he's got conjunctivitis and a bloody mouth. I gotta UV it first, dude. God damn, I'm getting used to this. It's a new thing. Damn it. I should have UV'd it beforehand. Oh well. Alright, elevated pulse. No stink. No stink on him. Okay, that's... Probably something. No, his temp was not over 37. Oh shit, it got 0.01. Oh my god, it did go up to 0.01. Oh my god, fuck. All right, you're right, it did. Just barely though, holy shit. I thought I was gonna stop. I've done this so many times that they usually stop right underneath. And it just kept going just by little increments. Wow. This guy's got all the symptoms. Just give me something red, bro. Just give me something red. Give me a bite. You got a bite somewhere? I know you got a bite. You got to have one. Nope. Okay. Yellow breath. No, UV, he would have stink. If he has something, he would have the UV stink, right?
Wait for your turn. Remove your
Oh, so stinking, it doesn't have to have that first. Okay, I will check again later. All right, he's got pink guts. I'm just mad that I didn't check that other guy's asshole. Okay, you got some flagellis. Oh, you got oranges, reds, pinks. Sperms. Oranges, red, pink, sperms. Flagellis. Okay. You got oranges, reds, pink, sperm, flagellis. Fucking look at this. 10 fucking symptoms on this asshole. I should just do him a favor and kill him right now. Is that an option? Oh yeah, killing him right now is always an option.
Sure.
Excellent inspection. Nice, okay.
Don't make me wait.
Come on up. Still looking for that soda can.
Hello.
Oh. There's a soda can. Just confiscated, right?
Good work, Grunt.
There it is.
Don't get used to the praise.
Don't get used to me being nice to you. Okay, he's good here. 97.36, okay. Okay. What? Oh.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Just confiscate. Looks good. All right, just the backpack. That's all he had.
Same shit, different day.
Excellent inspection. Let's go.
Please, I can't go back out there.
I know, I'm so sorry, dude, but you got mucus coming out your nose, which is... that's a fucking death sentence right there, which is weird. He's got mucus in his nose, death sentence! Yeah, well, you don't want to go back out there? Well, I got good news for you, pal. Necrosis. Oh, got moldy. He's got a moldy colon. Oops. No, no, no. One more. Please. There. Anything tucked up your asshole? Nothing? Okay. No, nothing there. Okay. To the lab? No, he's not going to the lab.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
He's going to liquidation, going to the VIP area.
Glasses and gloves.
At least it seems to have more
Excellent
guards.
inspection. All right.
Next survivor.
What do we got? Take your hat off,
You don't
dipshit.
need to check me. Just look at my eyes. I'm fine.
Yeah, look at your eyes. You're fine. Wait. That's red face. You got red skin? He's got... Good there. Okay, good there. Lungs are good, lungs are good. Nope, 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 okay. Spermies. He's got old spermi. Oh. He got spermies, oranges, but he also had... I saw it. Oh, there it is. This guy. Spermies, oranges, and globbies. And ballies. Yep, there it is. And that's death right there. And flagellis. Spermies, oranges, flagellis, ballies. Alright, spermies, oranges, flagellis, and this one, the death sentence. Corneal infiltrate. Yep. this guy's toast. Yep, that's a death sentence. Bag? You didn't have a bag. Okay.
Is this another checkpoint?
Yep. All right. Don't pay attention to that. Next.
Come on.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Please don't scan me with that. I've heard stories.
Glasses and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Well, they get clogged up back there. This isn't the only checkpoint they take care of, you know. $36. $36. $36. Okay, you're good. Okay, you're good. Nothing that I can see. Okay. Alright, you got some yellow breath. Non-specific. Ooh. You got stinky guts there, lady. Oh. Now, come on now. You can't be eating zombie bones, dude. Charlie, go to work, buddy. That is internal contraband. Yeah, it's a finger. It is a finger piece, and it's bad. So, we don't lab her, no. It's just there's no category for like eating zombie stuff. The other stuff, like the other stuff, is in its baggage, contaminated baggage. But internal contraband is just one broad category.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
No, I've had this problem before.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
But meat is always a death sentence, right? So we don't mark it, but we send her to death, even though she doesn't have a red thing.
You are absolutely sure about this?
I didn't do the eye exam, did I? Nope. I missed out on... He waves at her. Infected eliminated, so it wasn't a civilian. We just didn't get the science points for it, unfortunately. How are we doing on those? 582. God damn, we need 700. Fuck. All right.
Next.
We missed out on 9 science points.
Don't bother checking. There's nothing valuable left.
This guy is a fucking ghost. Pale skin. Yellow eyes. Yeah, I didn't check her eyes, the last one. I already got the soda. We already completed that one. No, Arrow does. I didn't check her eyes. I bet there was some eye stuff that I missed, and that's why it was in poor inspection. 36, 36, 36, 36. Okay, we're good. Oh. Oh, this guy's got, uh-oh, he's got the black smudge. He's got smudge, orangies, pinkies, spermies. Smudge is a death sentence. Flagellis. So he's got all the greens. And a black smudgies. Yep, all the greens and black smudge. Okay. And the death sentence. Necrotic plume. To liquidation with you.
What could be worse?
Excellent inspection. All right.
Don't make me wait.
This guy looks angry.
Ooh, are you sure you're the one who's supposed to inspect us?
Yeah, he's aggressive. He's got yellow eyes. Okay. Fear Jess. What? Fear yes. Does that mean something in Swedish or Norwegian or something? Damaged? Maybe. All right, I marked the yellow eyes, right? Okay, his pulse and temp are fine. Reflexes are good. No UV stink on him. Nothing there. Oh, it's fearless. Oh, with a mirrored L? Oh, that makes sense. Chest is good. Mouth. Stomach, asshole. Mouth, stomach, asshole. Okay, next. Let's see, what you got here? You got reddies. You got spermies. Pinkies. Reddies, spermies, pinkies. Man, I can't wait to get autofocus on this thing. All right, ready's, permies, pinkies. Ready's, spermies, pinkies. And you're gonna go to the quarantine zone.
No, Mr. Fish. I don't go there. I go right in your face now.
Oh. Sorry, bro. No, Mr. Fish. Oh, that's great. Kuko, thank you for the 53 months. Karagard, thank you for the 17. All right, next.
Move it.
I already went through quarantine once. I passed.
Okay, she's fine. $36, good. Okay. Yo, Tamud, what up, baby? Thank you very much. Oh, that's right. There aren't gifted subs 35% off right now. They're 35% off until the 29th. I think that's a Twitch-wide thing they're doing. That's pretty neat. Thank you, Tamud, for gifting out 5 subs. Oh, that's right here. Okay. Palm. Okay. She looks good. Nothing there. All right. Oh. She got the demon lung, Pop. Thank you for giving out 5 subs to Korlunkel, Mr. Zev, Blunderball, Elevated Steam, and Grass Pilute.
Hail, Berserkers!
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, let's check her. Ooh, she got a stanky colon. Fatty colon. Oh, she also, oh my God. Her as well has a bone and a finger inside her. I don't know what the deal is with that.
Glasses and gloves.
Spermies. Flagellis. Orangies. Oh, smudgy. She got a smudgy. She got a pinkies as well. So she got all the greens. A black smudge. Okay. Green. And the smudge. The death sentence smudge. Oh, she had in... Oh, wait, I gotta... Yeah, hold on. There you go. The same exact things. Look at that. She had internal contraband, so we gotta mark that down. There we go. Internal contraband. Alright, and we did the UV on her. Yeah, we did. She didn't have anything. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Till liquidation with you.
You guys seem nervous.
Excellent inspection.
Is
Next survivor.
okay?
I'm definitely reporting your behavior to your commanding officer.
There's aggression. See, I like it when they say stuff. Okay, pulse temp good. She looks pale. Is she pale? It's kind of hard to tell. She does have exposure, which looks like vitiligo. Yeah, she's got to be pale, right? Yeah. I Oh my God. Oh my God. So she's got eyes, nose, bites. She is fucking all kinds of shit. There it is. UV symptoms. Concealed infection mark revealed only under UV light. So that's all you have to do. It's a catch-all for everything. I don't have to put like other bites.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh, and vapor. I gotta put vapor. Yep. Right. Don't forget the vapes. Don't forget the vape, bro. Okay. There. Always gotta get the vapes. Anything naked eye visible? I would imagine not. Okay. Breath's good. Yeah, that looks fine. Yep. Okay. The only thing I'm wondering about is the pale thing. I don't know if she is pale. Her hair looks weird. You know, it's not super obvious, so I'm gonna err on the side of not. But she's a death sentence anyways because she's got the UV bites.
You wanna go?
There you go. Excellent inspection. We got it. Okay, we're good. Wow. She was not having it. You hate to see it.
Move it.
Oh, last one of the day. And it's not Dan! Dan, where the fuck are you?
Please. If you find something live, I can't go back.
Oh. Oh my God, we might have a clean fucking survivor. Oh my God, it's been a while.
Your outer clothing.
Zero symptoms?
And gloves.
Zero?
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You look like a zero to me, lady. Do you got any contraband? Nothing. Look at those perfect eyes, too. Look at that. Nothing. She is perfect. Nothing. You're good. Good. Head on over.
I'm forever in your debt.
Excellent inspection. Paragon of health. You're gonna eat those later, aren't you? You fucking sicko, Charlie. You fucking sick fuck. You're gonna eat those. I know you are. You fucking sick bitch. You sick son of a bitch, Charlie. How we looking? 3 more rats and I get an Chivo. Oh, wait. Nope, I got it. 30 rats. We did it. We can leave the rats alone from now on. Unless they ask me to kill them. Okay. Yeah, Jonesy's no good as a Mauser. Hey, Jonesy. Don't listen to that. I was just kidding. I was just kidding, buddy.
External infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent breach.
All right, we will. After a pee. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Stick around. I'll be right back. All right. Let's do it. Let's get back to it. We got zombies to fire at. It's the weird interstitial where it's a shooter game now.
Prevent breach.
Shooter game. Let's go.
Infected rushing the perimeter.
Victory! No, they only do one at a time. Naruk, I don't use the chain gun on purpose because it's really weak. So I just gotta wait for them to reload. It's a slow ass reload with the big heavy gun. $300 penalties. Okay. Current balance 11,000. Okay, that's good. 0 deaths on the block. Nice. Good. Okay. Now, first things first. Pet Jonesy. Second.
New directives are now available.
Resupply.
Bulletin board immediately.
Resupply. Resupply. Okay, good there. Let's see. Upgrades. Can I upgrade yet? Oh, not yet. 627. We almost got the last camp. That, I can't wait to get the autofocus on the Madioscope because that shit sucks. Yeah. Okay. We can't upgrade anything right now, right? Because this is fully upgraded. Yep. This needs level 5. That needs level 5. Level 5. Fully upgraded. You can do the auto feeder, but I like feeding my zombie guy. Level 5. Okay. Yep, okay. So level 5 is until we get there, we don't have anything to do. Legendary EJ Stubbs with 88 months. Hell yeah, dude. Zeke, if a girl queefs on her period, is it like a shart? That's a big question, man. I don't think it's not a shart. You'd have to call it something else. You'd have to call it like a blart. No, a bleef. Oh. It's a bleef. Bleef made me sad. I know, me too. Oh, it's not even evacuation day yet, is it? Fuck. Oh, there's a good boy. Get your food, yeah, good boy. Okay, and then check quarantine.
Identification
Only one dude.
verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
What's the point of all this?
I don't know.
We're all dead already.
Holy fuck. Wow. Your bloody mouth is gone? Your conjunctivitis is gone? Wow, you're fucking... Holy shit. All right. No more bloody mouth. No more conjunctivitis. What else we got to look for? Elevated pulse. Nope. This guy is fucking miraculous, man. No elevated temp or pulse. Wow. What else did he have? Red bruising. Where was the red bruising? Was on his arm, wasn't it? Yeah, dude. I think this guy, like, lost every fucking symptom. Hyper-aggressive reflex is gone as well. I just tested his reflexes. Jesus Christ. I need to make a better way to do this. Okay. What else? No skin cuts? I didn't see any skin cuts. This dude is Jesus. This dude is Jesus. Last thing to check is the phage in his eyes. Yep. Dude, this guy is a fucking anomaly. 0. Zero symptoms. This guy seems like a lab. Like, oh, it was all the drugs he had. Remember he had all the drugs? Yeah, this guy was just chock full of symptoms and now he has 0. I know, he might be the cure. That's the thing. Weird, bro.
See you on the other side.
The scale? Contraband not seized.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable.
Okay. Oh, the tray did have, it had lines of powder. No, I tried taking mushrooms before. I mean, taking their mushrooms before, and I got a ding. They minus 100 for me. But if the tray had lines of powder on, that's different. I didn't see that. All right. Food monster. There's a rumor going around about a survivor who eats other people. The only description we have is that they are overweight and have vitiligo. Dan? All right, fat with vitiligo. Oh, no, Banham, he's asking, because you're Banham of Twitch. He's asking, are there Banhams of other places? Like, is there a Banham of Instagram? Is there a Banham of YouTube? All right.
Come on.
Please tell me it's Dan. All right, I need a fatty with vitiligo. You stink, sir. I can already smell you.
Wait. I know how this must look. But believe me, I'm a neurobiologist. And this head is my most precious specimen. So there I was, my bunker besieged by the dead. The wiring chewed through. Hope seemed all but lost. And then, a miracle. A short circuit, a jolt of electricity surged through the lab, and the cadaver leapt off the table. For a fleeting moment, there was a flicker of life behind its eyes. The rest of the body, however, will say it was incinerated. But the head, I salvaged it and fled. Now all I need is a replacement body. Please, I beg of you, help me assemble it. I need parts. Any will do. Help me, and I will be in your debt. Money, supplies, you name it. It shall be yours.
Oh, collect 4 different body parts. And if you look at the top of the bottles, these ones are glowing green. I'm taking that. I can't, dude. I got a job to do, bro. I'm so sorry. Seriously, why have there started being flies buzzing around the guys? Like, the other guy had stink lines. This guy doesn't have any. Head is contraband. Oh, I forgot to mark that. Right. Forgot to mark it. There you go. Contaminated baggage. There we go. I hate the flies. I hate the sound of buzzing flies, man. Yep. That guy's got a potato up his ass. Okay, so this is the first mission that directly contradicts what my
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
what I'm supposed to. It directly contradicts what I'm supposed to do as a quarantine guard or whatever.
For inspection.
Like, I should kill this guy. This guy, that carrying a head in your bag is a death sentence. No, it's not a mission. It's not this. That's a totally different thing. This is just a mission for this particular guy. No, he did not have black eye floaties, no. No, he's already got a death sentence, so it doesn't matter. He's already got this, the UV contraband and contaminated baggage. He's got that. So, does the mission keep going if I kill the guy? Yeah, I know it says 1 of 4. But I'm wondering if the guy dies, is the mission over? He's a civilian, and I killed him. But he was carrying body parts. That's my job. My job is to kill him. But it gave me a negative for killing a civilian, even though it contradicts, like, one of the rules.
Kill them all.
So he was a special case, I guess. Sure. All right. Hey, Jonesy. I know, it's like Groundhog's Day around here. All right. Time to feed Snuggles. All right, Snuggles, here's your food. He's carrying around zombie parts, and no one supposed to do that. Right, S-Gugs? Thank you for the 33 months. Bad Ham of Twitch, thank you for the solo raid. Dig it. Yeah, maybe I quarantine him. Yeah. That's what I'll do then.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Yeah, but this was the fucking dude that had no more symptoms. You know, I don't have to go through and mark it again. I'll just send him on over. Oh shit! One of these days I'm gonna get it right. I promise. Forgot he had contraband on him.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Hey, Jonesy. Getting to be like Groundhog's Day around here, isn't it? Don't let me forget to feed the zombie.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
So tired.
Oh, those aren't lines. Medical supplies. Last time I tried to confiscate shrooms, they docked me.
You need to let me keep that.
Okay. I swear to God, I've tried this
Lost
before.
Everything. And now this?
Okay. Yeah, he's fine. Now I can keep the rest. Okay. No, that dude had like a bunch of other drugs on him. He was a walking pharmacy, that guy. Did you get him? Okay. Drive the fucking thing. The guy had a body part. No, that was my contention too, but he's like a side quest, so I guess he doesn't count. Which is confusing to say the least.
You are in a
6:27.
quarantine
Okay.
zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Come on.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Wait! I know how this must look. But believe me, I'm a neurobiologist. And this head is my most precious specimen. So there I was, my bunker besieged by the dead. The wiring chewed through. Hope seemed all but lost. And then, a miracle. A short circuit, a jolt of electricity surged through the lab, and the cadaver leapt off the table. For a fleeting moment, there was a flicker of life behind its eyes. The rest of the body, however, will say it was incinerated. But the head, I salvaged it and fled. Now all I need is a replacement body. Please, I beg of you, help me assemble it. I need parts. Any will do. Help me, and I will be in your debt. Money, supplies.
He sounds fucking suspect. Like I should just murder him just cuz. Well, and that also brings up another point, like, do I mark UV contraband? Because that's what he had, UV contraband. He also had a baggage with contaminated baggage. Yeah, the UV lights on the beer bottles, yeah. And it says 1 out of 4 now on the left-hand side since I took that head. You're not really penalized? Yeah, I am. I'm penalized for killing the guy because it takes $1,000 away from him because it says I murdered a civilian. Oh, I murdered him after I... So if I take the head before I send him to death... That's just a potato. So you're saying I let this guy through? If I want to do this mission, I have to let this guy through?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Is he... No, last time I killed the guy.
For inspection.
I sent him because I was trying to follow the rules of the fucking quarantine zone, like, border. And it said I killed a civilian and it took $1,000 from me. It's confusing. So you're saying if I don't take the head, it won't start the mission or whatever? Okay. Excellent inspection. Sent to quarantine. So I need to find... What day is it? Today is day 20, and tomorrow is evacuation day. So I need to find 3 more body parts in that time.
Next survivor.
But I'm still looking for a fat vitiligo guy. Minus $100. Had to check. Wrong box.
Come on, just let me keep it.
Nope. I think someone here said human body parts are different than zombie body parts. No. Especially not in that case, because what he described taking the head of a fucking zombie. His whole story was like, it came back to life and it jumped up and tried to attack me like a fucking zombie.
are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
This guy's clean. Yeah, he's clean. 0 symptoms.
Oh God, I made
Move it.
Please.
Wow, this guy is like 2 seconds away from death.
Why would he take that? It's not dangerous.
Oh, that's... Oh, I'm at 3 of 4 now. Okay. Oh, and a finger.
I need that.
There it is.
Identification
It's nearly complete.
verified.
I just have a little more preparation, but I will begin my experiment this evening. Thank you. No, science itself will never forget what you have done.
Oh, wait for news from Stewart. So wait a minute. Back to quarantine? I don't know what to do with him.
I need that.
Okay, so this guy's death sentence, but we got a lot of symptoms to take care of here. So we got green skin. We got herpes, freckles.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove
Bloody
your
mouth,
clothing, hats,
red eyes.
and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Wow, okay. Wow, we got both of those. Oops, nope. This guy is the zombiest zombie that ever zombied. He's got necrosis, red bruising, UV. Wow. Red bruising, necrosis. How's this guy even alive? He has baggage with that and that. He also has... There we go. He's got that. Oh, does he have a stink? No, he doesn't have a stink on him. What else does he have? Oh, there's some scratch. Oh, wait. You know what? I'm just going to mark unknown symptoms on this guy and see if he has anything that we haven't marked. He's got scratches. I already did Bloodmouth, yep. Looks like, and he's got regular bruising. Yep. He's got to have a bite somewhere, don't you think? There's the rash. He's got bites, but they're UV bites. Yeah, I marked necrosis already. I'm just looking for a zombie bite because that's like the last thing he doesn't have that I haven't seen except under UV.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and prepare your belongings.
Yep, he's got demon lung as well. Okay. Yep, internal bleeding, moldy, fatty. He's got all of those. He's got every single one of these. Well, I didn't want to do that. I did that on accident. I meant to get that. I accidentally scrolled. I used the scroll wheel, and the gun is on the fucking scroll wheel. God damn it, dude. There might have been a symptom there.
Don't make me wait.
So tired.
What?
Oh. Overweight and vitiligo terminate on site. All right, we got yellow eyes. That mouth thing. That's not the first time I've seen the mouth thing. I think we might send her with unknown symptoms. And send her to the morgue or to the lab. Because either way, she's dead. All right. Temp and pulse look good. Looks good. Got a bite.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Let's take her to the lab. I'm not sure if that stuff around the mouth. I marked bag. I marked bag. We're good. I'm just seeing if that lip thing I kind of noticed is an unknown symptom or something. I don't think it is, but we'll find out. Infected eliminated plus 400. Nope, no new symptoms. Okay. So that wasn't our guy.
Next.
What happens if you find something? What will you do to me?
Are you sure you want to ask that, bro? Nice underwear, though.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
And your asshole. Prepare your asshole as well. Flagellis. Orangies, pinkies. Spermies. So all the greens. Yeah, looks like you got all the greens. Yeah. But that's fine, you can go. Didn't have a bag, right? Nope. Alright. Have fun.
Nothing bad is gonna happen to you. Nothing bad is gonna happen to you.
Move it.
What was that noise? Are they here?
All right. Oh, she's got a death sentence. She's got the mucus. She's dead. Which is weird that nose pus is an automatic death sentence. But it is. Really high pulse. No stinky. No greeny. Red bruises. Okay. Charlie, go to town. All right, that
You are in a
is
quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
internal contraband.
Your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for...
All right, she got the pinkies. Flagellis. The bollies. Pinkies, flagellis, bollies. Yeah, pinkies, spaghetti, bolly. Yep. Okay. Pinkies, spaghetti, and the balls. All right, let's see. I think that's it. You saw another one? I didn't see anything. I just saw the flagellis, the spaghetti, the pinkies, and the balls. Yeah, that's it. Pretty sure that's good. I saw a red phage in the top corner left. I don't think he did. I think the pinky and the reddies are kind of close. All right. Oh, did she have a bag? She no bag. No bag. Okay.
You could do this.
Excellent inspection.
It's almost over.
Come on.
I was helping others out there. Look, no bites.
You've got a fucking video camera and some garlic? What the fuck, dude? That's already sus. All right, you got conjunctivitis. That's no good. Elevated temp. Pulse is fine.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats,
Bruising.
glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Wait, I passed it. There you go. Red bruising. Lungs are good. Anything up your asshole, sir? Okay. And last but not least, an eye exam. Yep. He's clean. Clean. Unfortunately, you gotta go to quarantine. Oh, did I mark the bag? I didn't mark the bag. Bag. Gotta mark the bag. Bag. There we go. All right.
This has to be a mistake.
Next survivor.
You're not dead yet. Shut up. Quit whining. Isn't Dan in this game? We're still looking for him. We're still waiting for Dan the man to get here.
I don't have any symptoms. See?
Okay. Nothing there. He has a slack jaw, so he's not going to have any pulse reflex or any hammer reflex. All right, that looks good. This is going to be nothing. Yep. Absent reflex. That's rash.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
He's got a bone and a finger up his ass.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Same. Honestly, same. He got nothing there. Okay. So he's got internal contraband. Yes, he also had baggage. Okay. Oh, did you see bruise on the feet? Oh, red bruising on the feet. Nice. I missed it. Nice work. All right, but this guy's a death sentence anyways because he's got zombie parts inside him, right? It's weird. If it's in the bag, it's red. But if it's in the body, it's other. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if they're zombie parts. How can you tell if they're zombie or he's just eating bones and fingers? That is a finger, right? Yeah, that's a human finger. You can see the fingernail. If the body parts are in there, they're infected. Okay, okay. So that means this guy's going to the burner. Even though there's nothing in the red zone, which sucks.
Thanks.
Competent. So I missed something. I don't know what I missed, but I missed something. And now we'll see. Infected, eliminated. Okay. He was infected. I UV'd the body. Yeah, I did. So close to level 5. All right, come on in.
Don't make me wait.
What's the point of all this?
Oh, the rash! I forgot the rash on his fucking chest.
You are in a
Forgot the rash.
zone.
Yep, thank
Stay
you.
calm and wait for your turn.
That was it.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh, right on the bruise. Look at that. Right on the bruise. That's gotta hurt. She had a cookie and a sausage. A cookie and a sausage. That's fine. That's not contraband. Same. Again, same. Oh, the UV lit up on her arm because it's a bruise. It looks like it lit up, but it's not really. It'll be bright fucking green.
Oh, that's too big.
It is too big, Beep Boop.
It's too big.
All right, spaghetti. Pinkies. We got spaghetti and pinkies. Yep, okay. That's it. We got spaghetti, pinkies. You didn't have a bag. I'll UV her one more time just in case. Yeah, no. It'll be bright as green.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
Look at that.
Hats, glasses,
21. 21 of them in the fucking go home zone. Did I not mark the bruise? Yeah, I marked the bruise. Yep. And it's not internal contraband. It's food. Food belongs in the body.
See you on the other side.
Excellent inspection.
Survivor.
You don't need to check me. Just look in my eyes. I'm fine.
Got a fucking cookie jar, dude? Oh, he's got the stink. UV stink. And a backpack. Okay. None of this stuff had... Okay. Okay, pulse and temp are good. Oh, he's got herp. He's got the herps. No, I hate it when they have the stink, but nothing else. Spaghetti. Sperm. Spaghetti, sperm, oranges, and pinkies. So we got all the greens. Okay. So we are going to have one more. Oh, God. How close am I? Oh my God, I am 4 fucking points away from getting the upgrade. All right, we're gonna quarantine you for now.
I feel fine. Please, don't do this.
Oh, there it is. Nah, I got it. Beautiful.
What?
$8,000. Boom. 10's done. $9,000 for the generator. 6 grand. So 15,000 for the 2 upgrades in there. All right, so we can take you.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incident.
It was this guy, right? Yeah, it was this guy.
You don't need to check me. Just look in my eyes.
And I got his
I'm
backpack,
fine.
so we're good. Okay. All right.
Come on.
Come on up. Dan, where are you, Dan?
Even if I were a zombie.
Dan's not here today. Maybe tomorrow. All right. Well, first of all, you got the nose mucus, which is death sentence, by the way.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
No stink on him. Nope. Okay. Gaming, party of 1. I'm still looking for an overweight dude with vitiligo, right? Overweight vitiligo. Terminate on site. Shut the fuck. Oh. You mean bottom right. You mean bottom right, Martin. If you're trying to make the joke about me. All right, we got spermies and oranges. Yeah, but it didn't complete Blood Rush. That's it. Spermies and oranges. Okay. Oh, you're dead. You got a nose pus, so you're dead. Okay.
You're cruising for a bruising, jackass.
Is he gonna? Yep. Okay. He started insulting me. I knew he was gonna do something.
Next.
I was helping others out there. Look, no bites.
Oh, you got eye pus though, and a bite. Yeah, you're bad. You're going away.
You are in
And
a
the
quarantine
stink.
Zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Stink.
Prepare
UV
your
symptom.
belongings for inspection.
Death. You got a death sentence, bro. Oh, 36.97. It's close, but no. Okay. Gotta remember to mark the backpack. Sorry, dude, you got UV symptoms. You're going to the VIP area. Let's go.
Looks secure.
It is.
Is it safe?
Oh, totally safe for what you need it for.
About damn time. What kind of a checkpoint are you running?
Oh, you shut your fucking face, bitch. This is life and death we're dealing with. Okay. She got the herp. Oh. Oh, gotta mark down the herps. Oh, and she's also aggressive. I forgot about that. Gotta mark aggressive.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
I didn't mark down the
Remove your outer
baggage?
clothing, hats,
God damn it.
and gloves.
Every time I gotta mark down the fucking baggage.
Prepare your belongings
Okay.
for inspection.
Now, what you got? You got a pink colon, which is bad news. All right, that one's clean. To quarantine with you.
Get over here, you ugly little piece of shit!
Okay. Okay. Oh, you got lucky, lady. Oh, I almost capped you.
Don't make me wait.
All right, she's got vitiligo. Overweight,
What was that noise?
probably.
Are they here?
Yep. A survivor who eats people. Overweight and vitiligo. So it's not exposure, that is vitiligo. Yeah. Say something else, bitch. Say something else. All right. Good pulse and temp. No, I confiscated it once before. It's just garlic. It's just garlic. Vince giving you another sub to say my name, bish. Say my name, bish. Oh, she should have a stomach full of shit. Of course, they save it for the last one, huh? She's the only one it could be. She's the only one who is left. Yeah. Fuck. She has nothing, but she's the only one it could be. Yep. She's got the vitiligo right there. And she's a little wow.
Remove your outer clothing.
Fuck, she's a fucking ghost! She's a fucking ghost! Fucking kill her!
Don't get used to the praise.
Complete. Oh yeah, should I send dude bro? Whoa, should I send this guy?
Identification verified.
Stewart?
Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Or should I keep him in quarantine? I should probably just keep him in quarantine. Let him cook. Let him cook. Okay, let him cook. Alrighty, and that's my day done. Good day at work there, Jonesy. Today's evacuation day. We can load up the queue. Oh yeah, I got penalties for stealing stuff. I stole 3 loot boxes and 3 zombie parts. Hey, Jonesy. Yeah, I love you too.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Jesus, this food costs so much money. All right, after that, we're left with 7,000. Upgraded to max. Upgraded to max. 9,000 for the Jenny. 6,000 for the clinic. I don't want to build that. So 15,000, 21,000 up to quarantine. And that's it. All right, so we need 21,000 to upgrade to fully upgrade the base that we want. Okay. So we did our resupply. Now we got to feed Mr. Snuggles. Yo, Martin the Bear with a hat with a big 10 bomb. Fuck yeah, dude. Do you know Man vs. Game is live? No, I don't. Martin the Bear with the Hat giving out 10 subs to the Great Messiah, Old and Grimy, Jedi Knight 223, Amaliath, Hipsy85, Homerid, the Angry German, Vlaka Baka, OTROTC, and Finn James.
Hail, Berserkers!
All right, Stewart failed to complete his masterpiece.
Convoy arriving today.
Stewart failed to complete his masterpiece. Well. We're doing things in order. We feed Mr. Snuggles first, and then we check and then we go to the quarantine. Yes, we were, Phoenix. Were. Haven't heard from him in years. So what the fuck do I do? Why is it my mission failed? I got him the zombie parts he wanted. Why do I get it? Why do I fail it? Fucking dumb. Better here than in Gen Pop, that is true. Oh well. Let's see. I want to keep the zombie because he's worth $2,000. But that means I can't put anyone in quarantine. I cannot have 2 cage zombies. No. I don't think so. Hold on. Let me check. That's a good point.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving.
Nope. Nope. I can't E. It won't let me. There's already one in there, so no. No, you can't. Dude, Phoenix, no one has any fucking answers for you. You can drop it. I was the closest to him and I don't know shit, so. What if I evacuate right now? Can I evacuate right now? I'll waste it. Oh, I can't. No, I can't evacuate until the end of the day, huh? All right. So he'll stay in quarantine until I need it. And then we'll burn him. No, we all did. I agree. Phoenix, we all did. Fuck. What was the last thing to do? Oh, check quarantine. Yeah, quarantine's fucked. So,
come on.
Next. Yes. I've seen some of them. I see Die Dev Die, Queso, Beatty Bait, Godinot. I have not seen Killera Cooper, Light Skin Nightmare, or the one I've been waiting to see is fucking Dance Gaming. I've not seen him. That's the one I've been waiting for the whole time. Lone walkers are near the wall again. One smeared the concrete. Hours later, more showed up. Looks like marking behavior. Take them out before they draw a horde. Oh, okay, okay. I can do that.
Sir.
Oops, not that way.
Attention. Evacuation. Any aggression
expected a praise.
So, do I need to ask about this, bro? Like, what? Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. Not suspicious at all. And he's got all these zombie parts, one piece of paper, a sausage, and 3 colored pencils. Oh, he's doing a puzzle. He's in the middle of doing an RE puzzle, I bet.
You are in a quarantine zone.
41. Well, if that other shit wasn't a death sentence, that is.
Outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare
Baggage,
your belongings for inspection.
contaminated baggage. Okay. And that's another death sentence. That's 3. What else we got? Oh, who is this guy? Oh, this is Dwong FG. This is another streamer. Dwong_FG. Okay, that's just sick breathing. That's not Justin, no. Well, if you're not eating them, what are you doing to them, buddy? Vietnamese YouTuber, there you go. Alright. Looks like just 3 death sentences. You're good to go to the VIP area, bro. Yep, goodbye. No, he didn't have any UV contraband. Nope. Excellent inspection. We're good. Vincent giving a sub to Dong Squeezely.
Next survivor.
Please, I have children. They're waiting for me.
Well, I also have weapons and contaminated baggage. No. Okay.
I need that.
Nah, hey, I don't think so.
Why would you take that? It's not even dangerous.
And 3 bananas. What the fuck are the bananas for, sir? Sir, what are the bananas for? Tell me what the fucking bananas are for. This is Yumi. Seems like another content creator if it's just first name Yumi. Cicely giving a sub to Jarvis Jerk It a Little. This guy is bananas. Oh, a CS creator. Okay, there you go. Okay.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
So did you start streaming in 2013? Actually, before that. I think I did my very first stream in 2010. On JTV. Oh, come on. You gotta have something up your ass. If I was a content creator and they asked me if I wanted to be in this game, like, make sure there's something up my ass. I don't know what you're asking, Phoenix. What's the purpose in life if you wouldn't have no friends for 10 years? I don't know what you're asking me. Spermies. We got orangies. Oh, we got globbies. That's a death sentence. All right, sperm ball orange. Yep, sperm balls and oranges. No spaghetti. Okay. Got sperm, orange, and ball. And that's a death sentence. Yep. Alright. Let's see. Go ahead and distribute you to the liquidation and got the bag, got the weapons, got all that. Okay. Call it a day. Have fun with your bananas.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You know what? Just cuz. There we go. I just like to see him. That's so good.
Convoy arriving today.
I can't let those guys have all the fun.
Don't make me wait.
Yeah, they want me to clean quarantine. There's a zombie in there doing stuff. But, I want to see if I can keep him until... I want to see if I can keep him until next day, because he'll be worth 2,000 on the next quarantine day.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
They are listening. Joseph Williams. How you doing, Joseph? Doing good. Okay. All right. How's that? Good. Got no stink on you. Oh, you got some red bruising, though. Yep, red bruising. That's normally a quarantine, but we'll see. Pass fail today. We're moving them through. We're moving you through quickly today. Oh, that's a. Oh, you got a pinky and a grossy. A pinky and a fatty. Nope, nothing there. Nope. Okay. Well, he doesn't have he does have a baggage though. He doesn't have any killable offenses. He has bruising and fatty and color differences. Shit. All right, well, probably best if I just clean it out anyways. Yeah. Oh, I could use... I could always get another zombie. Chat needs to be infected by Voodoo Berry. Okay, you got it. Let's go. Voodoo Berry? Voodoo Berry?
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Yeah, screw it. We'll clean it. I mean, I lose out on actually $1,600. because I got 400 for killing him, and it was 2,000 to sell him. So, I can always make more zombies, probably.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
I was healthy yesterday. Just check again.
Move it.
Prepare your belongings.
Wait, are you getting lippy? Okay. He was gonna come back and try and gun me, I thought.
I feel okay. I promise.
No UV marks on that shit. How about you? You got the stink? You got a stink on you, lady! You got UV stink on you. Alright, that's good. That's fine. Looks fine. I'm gonna do another one after this. Let the thing recharge. Oh, goddamn, she got the stinky lung. Yep, she got the fatty lung. There's still a symptom I haven't gotten in an x-ray. Or I don't know. Nothing up your asshole? Nope, okay. 6 times. Oh wait, no. Let's do one more check. Nope. Looks like you just got the stink. That's it. Okay. You got any death sentences in here? You got orangies and pinkies? Yep, looks like just orangies and pinkies. Oh, and spaghetti. You got some spaghetti. Found some spaghetti. Okay. You got orangies, pinkies, and spaghetti. Oh, bag. There we go. Baggage. All fine. All right. I think you're going straight to heaven. Or at least to the survivor's block.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Excellent. Oh, how? Not that. No. This. Can I get that upgrade yet?
What's the point of all this?
No, it's 150 for the autofocus. Fuck. By the time I want it, I'll be done with the game. Take off your hat and glasses, lady. All right, stinky? No stinkies. Okay. Take off your hat and jacket. No, looks good. Nope. Looks good. All right. Breath. Looks good. Wow, are you going to be symptomless? Looks like it. Yep, okay. Let's see, you got... Did I mark the baggage? Bag, okay. That's it, just a bag. All right. You saw some on the left thigh? Oh yeah, sometimes like if you go really fast, the outline of the pants, like look at the cargo pocket, and you can see the cargo pocket like disappearing. Yeah, it's just that disappearing. Yeah. That got me too a little bit when I first got that thing. Yeah. All right, you're good. Head on through.
Thanks for letting me live.
Yeah, excellent. Let's go.
Move it.
Next, please. Got some vitiligo. Oh shit! Uh-oh, sir! Oh, sir! Oh no! Oh no, sir! You got this, and that. Oh man, terrible. Still not found Dan yet. I'm pissed. Holy fucking bolies. This guy is just clogged with invisible shit. Wowzers. Yes, we did the basketball with the brain. Yep, we did it. Oh, I can see Cookie on the x-ray. Just right there. Look at that. That's funny. He's got a bottle of beer up his ass, too. All right, Charlie, you're up. Yeah, you love your job, don't you? That's a tiny-ass bottle of beer. Tiny-ass bottle of beer. Get it? No. Okay, he's good. Well, not good. He's dead. Oh, did I not? I didn't mark a bag? Mark the baggage. All right. Out you go, sir.
What could be worse?
Well, you're about to find out. Anyways, next.
Next survivor.
No, doesn't count as internal contraband if it's not bad. If it's cookies and beer, it's fine. If it's a grenade, a gun, a bullet, like that's bad. That you mark. Or drugs, that you mark. But food items, no, you do not mark those. And it actually says in the handbook. There we go. X-ray. Oh, it said when the tooltip came up, is like, you can leave them like that shit, like the food and bottles and like anything that's not a weapon or drugs. You can leave it in there, and I think the tooltip said like, who are we to judge?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Okay, no bag. All right, right away you got a bloody
Easy
nose.
as 1, 2, 3.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
All right, nosebleed. Thank you, Dr. A. Keck with 1, 2, 3. Give him the 1, 2, 3 count. Is she pale? I don't know. She's not like super pale. I don't know. Usually you can tell. Like, it's really obvious if they are. Oh, slack jaw, no reflex. Yeah, blue lips. I don't think blue lips are a thing. Because, okay, if you look, no question marks left on the, what is it called? The appearance. So on the lips, mouth, that stuff, it's all, I got every symptom there. The only symptom I'm missing is something internal. This one right here. An organ or something internal. That's the only symptom I'm missing. So blue lips are not a symptom. She got the stink. She got the stink, y'all. So everything she got is green. Go on.
I can't believe it.
Did Zeke not enable Dan in the DLC menu? I've seen all the other streamers. I've seen all kinds of other ones, just not Dan yet. And it's not going to be today, unfortunately. Shit. No stink. Hey, wait, is this Dan?
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
I hope that was just a tiny, tiny little bottle of beer. Yep, a cookie and a beer. A very, very tiny beer. Well, oh, I gotta mark the backpack. Don't forget to mark the backpack. There we go. And I think that's it. Yeah, she had a sausage. She had a sausage and a little tiny bottle of beer.
Wonder if I'll know anybody.
There we go. Excellent inspection. You know what I could have done? I could have just sent this guy. Oh, no. No. It would still ding me if he was infected. If he turned out to be infected. You know what? I could give him a shot. How many of those do I have? I only have 2. Yeah. Oh well. Alright. Get him out of here. Alright, how many do I have? I have 26. Two, 3, 4, 5. 5.
If you experience any symptoms, report to the staff immediately.
And then I think, yeah, and then the rest go wherever. You know, I can miss out on $1,000. There we go. We got 7 left, huh? Maybe keep a couple? And then I can keep 3 of them. And... oh, there's only one more evac, though. There's only one more evac. Yeah, screw it, whatever. That's fine. Oh, what was the quota? Oh, the quota was 17 non-infected. Oh, so it's gonna go up. Okay, okay. Right. Maybe it'll be 20 next time? Shit, I didn't think about that. They should provide you with enough, right? So I heard you
So I heard you shot me today.
Did I? Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. Did I? I don't remember. Were you infected? You probably deserved it. Oh, you were the super infected guy. Yeah, you had everything? Yeah. Yep, I did. That was you. I accidentally did it because I was gonna give you the eye exam and I pulled out my gun instead and I just fucking capped your ass. Zero deaths in block. Zero infected sent. Oh, so my new quota is 17. Or 18. I gotta do 18. In 4 days.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Oh my god, is that... No, I mean every other one I've had way too many, way more than I needed. Right? They should give you enough. Shouldn't they? Shouldn't they? Okay. No resupply needed. Resupply this. Resupply that. Don't need it. Okay. So we got 14 grand left. That's done. That's done. Generator is 9. That would be 15 to get the generator and the clinic. So hold on. 6,000 and 9,000. 15,000. Shit. Okay. That'll do for now. Next is... oh, feed a zombie. I don't have any zombies. And then check quarantine. Then we're good.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Oh yeah, I could kill zombies for cash. Yeah, you're right. Thorlar, thank you for the 85 months, by the way. Also, Fail Dan, thank you for the Prime sub.
Hail Berserker.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. What were your symptoms? You had bruising and bad guts. Oh, your pink guts went away. Yeah, good. You still have the fatty though. That's fine. And then let's see. Oh, there was his bruising. There it is on the arm. Okay. But he lost the symptom. Yep. Lost his symptom. Yo, Nelutic! Thank you for the 12 months. Alright. You seem to be getting better. Let's send you out to the survivor's block. Nope. Still have not seen Dan yet. Oh, did I say 12 months? I meant raid. I'm sorry. There's a number that appears with the raid. It tells you how many people are raiding. And I get used to saying 12 months. Sorry.
Identification verified.
Okay. Dead zone. An entire district was overrun by a horde, but someone may have slipped out before the area was completely sealed off. If their papers mention a district with an animal-related name, send them to quarantine. Animal-related name. Okay, so we have to look at their...
Move it.
Look at their card.
I don't want to cause any trouble. Just let me through if I'm
Okay, your card. Fletcher. Wait. A city or a street? District. District. Okay. So either Hoboken or city or street. Badger Boulevard or something, sure. Okay. First things first. Check the temp. Okay, you're good. What's your name? Elena Scott. Okay. Second, check the reflexes. Donk. UVs. Pew.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Nope.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
I didn't see any bruising. No scratches, no nothing. Okay. Lungs, good. Guts. Well, that's a fucking grenade. And a potato. And a bullet. Wait, it's this. There we go. Nope, not that. There. Oh, internal contraband is baggage. There we go. I can't remember if that's a death sentence or not. Charlie, go to town. Oh, weapons aren't a death sentence. It doesn't matter. I just confiscate them. Okay. Last but not least, eye exam. Oh, looks good. Okay.
I'm forever in your debt.
Automatically focus. Fuck, that'll be nice. Yes, give me this. Thank you. Yeah. For those people who can't read numbers, I guess. Sure, why not? Remove irrelevant zones. That's fine. Okay, come on in.
Don't make me wait.
Next. Hat off, please.
Someone's watching us, I know it.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Okay.
Stay calm and wait
Good.
for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses.
You got
and
stink
gloves.
on you?
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
No stink. Okay. Lungs. Uh-oh. You got pink guts, lady. Oh my god, and a moldy heart. Oh god. Owner of a moldy heart. Patchin Place. Okay, hold on. Tchin. Oh, Japanese wooden handle set with magnets. Okay. So that's not an animal. Well, I don't know if labbing counts. It looks like a moldy heart. Is that a death sentence? Oh, moldy organ is a death sentence. So, I mean, we can lab her. Might as well. If she's already dead. All right, 4 or 5. Oh, whoops. We didn't do the... Hold on. Last thing. Contraband. No. Okay. Oh, that's right. I don't have focus anymore. It automatically focuses. How nice. That's so convenient. All right, lady. We're going to, we probably mark unknown symptom. I don't know if that matters, but. I've not met Dan yet. Nope, unfortunate.
Any attempts to leave the zone without authorization will result in immediate consequences.
At least I'm grabbing the possibly right organ. It's not, hey, I fixed it. It's huge and it's not moldy anymore. I did it. There's no way that fits inside of her. Oh, there was she did have something. She had organ necrosis, I guess. I didn't see it. But whatever, we got the points. Now we have all the simps.
Next survivor.
You're not Dan.
제발 믿어주세요.
You are a streamer though, aren't you? Yep, Han Yang. I don't know how to say that. Hanrang, that green sweater? Oh, that's too big. It's too big. Holy God, look at all these fucking swords. Jesus. Axe, saw, kunai, brass knuckles, and I'll let you keep the apple. You can keep the apple, bro. All right, you got a bloody nose, bloody mouth. Are you planning on playing Crimson Desert? Yes, and streaming it? No, I am not. Doesn't mean it won't ever happen, but I have no plans to stream it. But I do have plans to play it in a month or two. No, I looked at him under the UV light. No baggage. Nothing was marked in his baggage. Bruising.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh, I have to mark baggage and weapons. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes. I thought you meant UV marked. Holy fucking fuck. Bro. I don't think you have one clean organ. Maybe your brain?
뭐든 할게요. 제발 한 번만 더 검사해 주세요.
No, Dan. No, Dan, yet. Oh, this is a Dead by Daylight.
We're all dead already.
Jake Park from Dead by Daylight, I guess. Okay. Oh, fuck, I didn't check. You're right. I haven't been checking. Detroit East 2nd Street.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
뭐 하시는 거예요?
New York
이거
Main
필요한
Street.
거예요?
Okay, he's fine. There is one, like, I probably did a couple that I didn't fucking do right or didn't check their shit. I forgot to keep checking the animal-related name. Oh, and if I send him to quarantine. Detroit East 2nd Street. That's necrosis, right? Here's the thing with the Dead by Daylight characters. They don't, the scanner doesn't remove the dirt.
Glasses and gloves.
It doesn't remove dirt or bandages on them because of their character models. See, the dirt stays on their fucking face. That's what I was wondering. Is it like a motor oil thing? I'd love it if they had stuff up their ass too. Classy Katie with the rating. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. Welcome everybody from Classy's channel. I bet she's stoned as fuck. Eating burritos.
It has been 78 years.
Thank you, Cocky, for 78 years. I appreciate it. Cheers, Berserks. Close enough. All right. You got necrosis, bro, so. I hope that's necrosis. Okay, it is. Excellent inspection. Good. Because it could have definitely been a fucking motor oil stain. All right. Hats off. She's on New York, Jersey Street, so that's not her. Okay, she's mad. She's got conjunctivitis, freckles, and she's upset. Okay. Temp and pulse are good. Got red bruising. No UV stink or anything. One more, once over. No. Okay. Oh, fine there. Nothing up her ass. Okay, let's see what's in her eyes. It looks like she had something, but maybe she's just squinting because she's mad. I do hear zombie noises. Come on. You gonna come turn around? Yep, you're gonna turn around. I hit Charlie. Or not Charlie. I hit fucking whatever his name is. I hit him. I shot him. That was me.
Next survivor.
All right, first things first.
They're not going to detain me.
Detroit
right?
Main Street. Okay, nothing there.
How did that get in there? Somebody must have planted it on me.
Right. Must have. Emily Murphy. Oh, bag and drugs. No drugs. Drugs don't count. His blood is on your hands and face and a little bit of your dick. Okay. Oh, there were bullets. Shit, I didn't even see that. No UV marks, but she definitely has. What that? That rash. Okay. Lungs are good. What you got, lady?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove
That's
your
just fatty,
outer
right? No, necrosis is like
glasses
black.
and gloves. Prepare your belongings.
Oh, and she's got internal bleeding too. Okay. So she's got fatty and internal bleeding. Nothing up her ass? Okay. Okay. All right, she's angry. She might need the gun. Or she's not angry.
I feel fine.
That's
Please
right.
don't do this.
She wasn't angry.
Don't make me wait.
I was helping others out there. Look,
God damn you! All right, mouth bleed, nose bleed. It's interesting how people find TDM entertaining and others not so much. For example, I don't enjoy checkpoint games too much, but the Mud Runner, Snow Runner games are extremely appealing to me. We all know Zeke's how it feels about those. No, I can absolutely understand how this would be super boring to some people, but I enjoy it. Whereas the Mud Runner, Snow Runner games, no fucking thank you. In fact, I just had to turn down an offer to do a sponsor stream for one. They're like, hey, you want to play this game? I'm like, I do not. I do not. Yes, this game and the Contraband Police game, I loved them. Okay, she got some scratches or something, but I'm just looking for UV right at the moment. Okay, what's that on your belly? Did you have scratches or? No, that was just the lines from the clothes disappearing. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. Lungs are good.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Okay. Last,
Prepare your
but not least, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Okay. No bag. Think you're free to go? Oh, the mouth bleeding. Damn it. I guess that's got to go. You got to quarantine you. Sorry.
Don't do this. Please.
Move it.
Come on up. Come on up.
Hurry up. I'm starving. You better have food back there.
Washington, D.C., 12th Avenue. Okay. She is Angie. Oh, she got the stink. She got the stink. No UV marks, though. That's good. All right. Yep, she got a sausage and a potato up her ass. You're gonna want to eat those. There you go. Sperm. Sketty. Oranges. No pinks though. Sperm, sketty, and oranges. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Do it. Turn around. All right.
You are in a quarantine.
Don't you crash on me, game.
Wait for your turn.
Oh my god, this game sometimes it feels like it wants to crash.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Cringe. Get lost.
Jeez. She's mad. Cringe, get lost. All right, pulse and temper fine. Reflex is good. Oh, she got bad. Oh, bad. Yep, she got bad marks. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. No good. No good. Did she have the stink? Yep, she had the vapors. Okay. Okay. Lungs. Lungs good. Cookie and a bottle of beer. Oh, right, animal name. Chatham Square, Detroit. Yeah, her pants are marked quarantine zone. All right, so that's a death sentence. Okay. Got to remember to check first. Check the animal name first.
Make me wait.
Yeah. Sorry, double tap. Always a good idea. Philadelphia, Trimble. The fuck is a Trimble? Is Trimble anything? Software. No. Okay. I'm thinking Tribble.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
All right, you got a bag.
Your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
No stink on you. Pulse and temper find. Yeah, reflex is good. This guy might be good. He's shaping up to be decent. He's not showing any signs of anything. Oh, he's got bullets. He got at least one bullet in his lung. Oh, and a grenade up his ass. But that's not a killable offense. All right, so you got some. Where's the? Oh, right there. Internal contraband. There we go. There we go. All right, bro. You're good to go. Try to take the bullet and the grenade out of your ass.
You sure it's safe?
Come on.
Okay, we're still looking for an animal-related district. Animal-related district with an animal-related name.
What was that noise?
Michael
Are they
Jackson?
here?
All right. Duke Ellington Boulevard. Well, that's not an animal. Potato and fried chicken. My kind of lady. All right, first things first, you got some yellow eyes. Mark that. Oh. Whoa, she got a little bit of stank on her.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and
Oh,
wait
that's a
for
tattoo.
your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
So they can have a stank but no marks. And that bothers me a little bit, just slightly. Oh. Labored. Okay. Okay. Bullet. Cookie. Anything in the mouth? No, it's a tattoo. That's good. All right. So you got a bag. Did I mark that? Baggage. What else you got? All green. Head on through.
What's the death rate in here?
Oh, contraband Nazi. Oh, I didn't take the fucking shit out of her. Whoops. Damn it. Forgot to mark internal contraband too. Well, if she's gonna poop out that bullet, she's gonna jam it through somebody's eye. Upgrade to the pharma. Upgrade quarantine. Probably upgrade quarantine. I've never felt low on medicine ever. As long as I keep resupplying it every morning, it's fine. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay. I think I might have to start over. All right.
Move it.
Come on up. Oh, we should take that cookie and stick it up our ass. That's why it's like that. Okay. That's a lot of bruising.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
All right, no bag.
Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses,
Oh, animal, right. Crow Place!
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Send them to quarantine. Okay, Crow Place. That's her. Going to quarantine. Nope. Have not missed Dan yet. Dan has not shown up. Okay.
Thank you, friend. It is
1,200
greatly
bucks.
appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Okie dokie. That's it. Another good day. Oh, yeah, when I bash them, they get a little mark on their skin. I got no zombie. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, Indie Saturday. Give me your indie game suggestions. I haven't even talked about that. Indie games tomorrow. Come on out. Give me those suggestions, y'all. Oh, you know what I haven't done? Oh. Oh. Your pulse is a bit high there. Okay. I got a couple of penalties today. But nothing too bad. Yeah, a $100 penalty. That's it. Okay. And 0 deaths on the block. All right. Hey, Jonesy. Okay. Let's do the... Whoops.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Will do. And that's good. Also good. Okay. That's done. No zombies to feed. I don't have any more. Pretty sure. Let me just make sure. Today's day. It's Dan's day. I hope so, man. I hope so. Yeah, no zombies. We don't have one. We don't have a pet yet. Bulletin board says, wanted, dead Pike Music. Wanted, Pike Music. Petty criminal and con artist. Stabbed a guard at checkpoint Foxtrot and escaped. He's considered to be dangerous. Apprehend if necessary. Oh, apprehend and if necessary, neutralize. What do you mean by fucking apprehend? How the fuck am I supposed to apprehend? Apprehend is not a button. All right, I'm gonna take a short break, take a piss, and we'll come back and we'll play some more. Yeah, you guys really crush it with the BRBs. Thank you. They're so much fun. They're so good. I love them. Okie dokie. Let's see. Pike Music is his name, or Musick. So I just got to look for Pike Musick. Remind me to do that. Okay. What else we do? We've no zombies. Check quarantine.
Identification verified.
There's a lot of people in fucking
Status
quarantine.
Stable. No incidents
You're one
reported.
ugly bastard. No wonder they sent you here.
This is fucking great. All right, let's see. Aggression. Oh, vapor. You still got the vapors? Yep, you still got the stink. What are the other ones? Oh, in the eyeballs. Okay, let's check your eyeballs. Yep, you still got this the sketty, orangey. What was the other one? I didn't know. No spermies. That was it. Shit. So she lost a symptom, which means probably getting better. The aggression is still there, though. Look, you lost a symptom. You get better. You're getting better.
I guess you're not a total moron after all.
What was your deal?
Thank you for at least not yelling at me.
Oh, you just had bruisies. Right. She was the quest lady, yeah. And looks like she lost him. Okay.
Thanks for letting me live.
You're welcome. All right, you, sir. What was your deal?
알겠습니다.
Mouth bleeding is gone. Color's good. Yep. Okay. Color's gone. Mouth bleeding's gone. Mouth and nosebleed. Both gone. Okay, you can go. Yeah, he was the one where everything was the wrong color, right?
이 기회를 헛되이 쓰지 않을게요. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사해요. All right, Scarlet.
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
Please don't scan me with that. I've heard stories.
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Mouth bleed, nosebleed, freckles. Mouth bleed, nosebleed, freckles. Nothing's gotten better. Why aren't her freckles cured? Oh, she's got shit in her eye now. She's got pinkies. Oh, she's getting shit. Pinkies, orangies, spermies. She got all the greens. Oh, and there it is. There's the death sentence right there. Can I send her to the cage?
I'm not sick, I swear.
Come here.
I'll do anything, just don't send me back.
What is your deal? You had hyperaggressive reflex, skin rash, internal shit. Yep, you still got both of those. Oops. Yep, still got that. Still got the skin rash, yep. And I bet you got another symptom, didn't you? Yep, you got demon lung. Cool. Well, that means we can leave you both in there. And have you eat each other. I kind of want to see what happens. I just hope I don't have... I'm going to have to use my quarantine today.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Okay, Pike Mussick. Pike Mussick is who we're looking for.
Don't make me wait.
Uważnie?
Oh.
Ale nie możesz od tak sobie zabierać moich rzeczy.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir. I'm sorry. And this is Dizowski, another content creator, I'm sure.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Elevated pulse and temperature. Yep. Aggressive reflex. No stink on you. Got yellow breath. Okay. Got pinkies, spermies, reddies, spaghettis. Oh, death sentence. There it is. Orangies. Oh my God, everything's in his eyes. Holy shit. Okay. Spaghetti, sperm, pink, orange. So all the greens, all the oranges, one of the reds, the ball red. All we're missing is the smudge. I didn't see any smudges. That's it. That's all they don't have is smudges. Okay. Yeah. You got it bad, son. And as much as I like content creators, since I am one, I'm going to have to take you to the liquidation chamber, the VIP lounge. Let's go VIP.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Man, they go down hard, don't they? All right. Next.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
VIP lounge sponsored by Kick.
Glasses and gloves.
I didn't do anything wrong, I swear.
Wow, that is a nice sword.
Yes, sir.
Emma Lopez. Pike Mussick. Okay. Do you get the body if you shoot him yourself? I don't know that I ever run out. I don't know that I'll ever run out. I'm looking for someone named Pipe Mussick. Pike. Okie dokie, just had some weapons, no big deal. Head over to the survivor's block. You won the grand prize of being alive.
Nothing bad is going to happen to you. Nothing bad is going to happen to you.
Move it.
Come on in.
Why?
I hate those fucking flies, man. All right, he's got a bag with some weapons. Gonna take that. Gonna take that. Oh, shit. Oh, good. Okay. He's got some, yep, got some shit on there, too. Okay. Baggage, weapon, and UV contraband. Hello, are you okay with me lurking? Because I know some people aren't. Yeah, of course. Some people aren't okay with lurkers? Really? That seems so stupid because on any given channel, most people are lurking. If people aren't okay with that, I don't think streaming might be right for you. If they're like, stop lurking and start talking, like, some people just want to watch, bro.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
All right, pulse and temp.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Good. All right, time for the test. Do you stink? Oh, he's got marks on him. And a stink. Yep. Got something on his nipple, too. Okay. No breath. God, these fucking flies are unnecessary, guys. They do not need to be here. And if you want a fly sound, don't make it constant, game devs. Just go zzz, and then quiet. And then zzz, quiet. Like, seriously, this is fucking driving me insane. I've not checked his name yet. Let me check his name. His name is Stuart Davis. It's not him. However, dude has UV shit, so he's going bye-bye.
When will this end?
That was good. That was really good. I'm on the fence about this guy.
Come on.
You're really starting to piss me off.
Oh man, you literally would not like him when he's angry. Holy shit. The hiccups kind of take away from the threat, though. All right, he's got a super high pulse. His temperature is fine, but his pulse is fucking through the roof. Okay.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm.
Oh, he's just tatted up.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Nope, still no Dan. That's a cookie. He's got a cookie in his stomach and a sausage up his ass. Smudge. Orange. Yep, he's got the smudge and the orange. Okay. Oh, do you have a bag? You don't have a bag. No. Okay. He's got a lot of death sentences. And his name is Dennis Evans. Dennis Evans.
You want to go? Let's settle this mano y mano.
Damn it, I really want that. There we go. Shit to work again.
Next survivor.
They say zombies eat brains. Now I know why you're still alive.
Oh, Lippy, are we? All right. No reaction to the hammer. Stink! You stinky!
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Lucy Turner. Oh, you're good. All right. To the clean. Go get him. Wait, you don't have a backpack? No, you didn't. Okay. Go on down. Let's go. Competent inspection. Oh, I missed something. All right.
Come on.
Oh, the stink. I forgot to put the stink on her. Right. Stink is green. It's a green symptom anyway, so that's okay. And also, I don't think I need anything else. Yeah, my research points, I don't really need. Sure, we'll get that. Why not? Don't need sound cues.
Howdy. Z-Club.
Don't need that. Sure, we'll get the improved hammer. There you go. Does it look different? Oh, a little bit, I think. Yo, Joe Numbies with the 148 months. Thank you, Joe Numbies. I appreciate you, buddy. No stink on you. Anything in here? Nope. You got butter, a beer, a candy bar, and one shoe. Okay. Okay. Got the nosebleed. Mark that down real quick. Green, green, green. Okay, that's different. Okay. Who is that? Robo Blake with a 1, 2, 3 count. Thanks, Robo Blake.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Yep, she's got a full bottle of beer, a little tiny airline bottle of beer in her gut, and a potato up her ass. She's ready to party. Chat needs some uwu? Okay.
Ooh, piggy wiggy.
There you go, Schreier. Man, you just want everyone to hate you, don't you?
Piggy wiggy, piggly wiggly.
I think you want everyone to hate you. Oh, bag. Forgot. She has a bag. Let's mark that down. There we go. Bag. Okay. And her name is Naomi Sanchez. Not the one. No. Oh, that's right. Hold on. I can pull them out. But no, that's not a contraband. She's allowed to have alcohol and potatoes and sausages and all kinds of food products up her ass. Drugs is not necessarily contraband. Or yes, it is. Yes, it is. Never mind. Drugs and weapon are contraband. Oh, hyper aggressive reflex though. I have 6. How many we got left today? We got 2 left today.
The subject is not infected.
Good. Okay, cool. I'm trying to keep the quarantine so the zombies eat each other in a battle royale tonight. So I'm trying to keep the quarantine clean and just have the 2 zombies there.
Thanks, I guess.
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
Don't make me wait.
Still no Dan, goddammit.
I can't.
Can't what? Okay. You got bruising. Green. Good there.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Please don't have anything. Okay, you got spermies. And pinkies. Spermies and pinkies are okay. Okay. Spermies, pinkies. Good to go.
Same shit, different day.
Last one.
Max?
Come on forward. You're not Dan either. God damn it. God damn it.
This place is filthy. What is wrong with you?
Pike Music, it's him. Or Pike Music, it's them. Apprehend and if necessary, neutralize. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to apprehend him. Got the mad face. Oops, not bad. I mean, I could put him in quarantine. If I'm gonna kill him anyways, might as well just put him in there.
You are in a quarantine.
Clean. Okay, it looks like he might not be clean, but he is. All right. Oh, it's just squinting because he's mad. Okay. So. It does say find and eliminate, but it also says apprehend and if necessary kill him. It's contradictory fucking goals. Find and eliminate, if necessary neutralize. Yeah. Okay. Well,
You piece of shit. You wanna go?
Wee! 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 Woo! Wee! Oh, we got. Well, I got the 1200 for it, so we're good. All right, excellent. So that was the end of that day, and these guys are gonna eat each other, which is awesome. And then we get a zombie. We get a free zombie. Oh, the stethoscope on the cat? You bet. Oh my god, you can actually hear the purring. That's funny. That's pretty neat. Okay.
External infected rushing the perimeter.
All right.
Breach. External infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent breach.
Time for the drone fights. So you really got to lead him with that, huh? Victory! No, we got soldiers on the wall that are doing work. I'm just hopefully not getting them until, or they're not getting to them. Death's on block 0, but we got a couple of zombies.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletin
Everybody close your eyes.
immediately.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. He's fine. Totally fine. Indestructible. I got what I deserved. There you go. Okay, so security tower is fully upgraded. Tents, fully upgraded. Generator, fully upgraded except for solar panels. That's 10,000, I can do that. I can fully upgrade the clinic. So okay. Checkpoint I don't care about, and that's good. Okay. So it's, let's do the clinic. Wait, what was the other one? Oh, solar panels. Solar panels was 10,000. Yeah, let's do the clinic first. There. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, 8 lives left. Someone rhymes with a flamethrower. Don't confiscate it. They're a farmer helping us burn corpses. The smell draws infection. We need the help. Okay, so do not confiscate a flamethrower should you see it. Okay, can't send him to the cage. Can't send 2 to the cage. They didn't kill each other. Which I'm kind of surprised about. They didn't tear each other apart. Doop, 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 doop. Another day feeding my pets.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your
Is it possible to make the cage bigger? No, not as far as I know. There's only a few upgrades I have left. One of them is auto feed the zombies, which I don't want to do that. I like feeding them myself. And a couple other side ones. Oh yeah, who's a good girl? Yeah, you get that. You eat that. Num nums. Num nums. And then last is quarantine, which we already did. We cleansed it, so we're ready to go. We're just looking for a flamethrower, and don't take it.
Next survivor.
I feel okay, I swear.
Oh, light skin nightmare. There it is. There's another streamer. Or content creator, I guess, not streamer. Not necessarily a streamer. Do the thing, please. Yeah, I wish there was an upgrade to make the UV light last longer. That'd be a nice upgrade. Well, of course there is one and I just don't see it. When are one of these content creators gonna have something up their ass? Wow. Clean. Clean bill of health. Holy shit. Not a damn thing wrong with you, sir. Not a damn thing.
Please, just tell me what's going on.
Don't make me wait.
Take that fucking stupid thing off. Get that.
Have to believe me.
Don't worry, I do. Alright, you got stinkies? You got stinkies anywhere? You stinky? Nope, no stinkies. Alright, you do have a backpack though, so I gotta mark that. Alright, green is good. Good there. Oh, gotta do it one more time.
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Got a tattoo. Okay. Breath is good. I bet you're gonna be clean. You have no symptoms whatsoever, lady. Nothing up your asshole. Nothing in your mouth. Alright, check the eyes and we'll be good. Nope. Zippity doo dah. You just had a bag with a screwdriver or a drill and a fucking tape recorder. Or a cassette tape. Jesus. I know what things are. Are you gonna play Content King? Never heard of it. If it's an indie game,
Thank you.
suggest it in my Discord because we're doing indie games tomorrow. Today I learned the Bible says, Ezekiel 23:20, there she lusted after her lovers, her genitals were the size of donkeys and whose emissions were that of horses. Yes.
Next.
I am very, very much aware of that. It's one of my favorite Bible quotes.
Are we done? Can I
Stinkies?
just go?
You got the stinkies. Got a flute of champagne. All right. Got the stinks. All right. Nothing there. No reaction. That's a wicked tattoo. All right, no UV hotspots. Cool dragon. Sick dragon, bro. Okay. Nope. Nope. Donald Jackson. Got oranges. Lots of oranges. Spaghetti. Sperm. All right, lots of oranges, spaghetti, and sperm. Okay. But I think that's all good to go, yeah. He's got a backpack, though. Forgot to mark that. There. Okay. No, there we go. Yep, all green. Go on over.
What's the point?
Come on.
Come on up. You are not Dan's Gaming.
I've lost too much already.
Oh.
Don't make me turn back now.
Sorry, you got bloody eyes, bro. You're fucking toast. I don't think that counts as pale skin. I mean, it might, but usually it's pretty obvious. It's like grayish. You got the stink? Oh, he's got a... Oh, is that necrosis? That's necrosis, isn't it? Oh, he's got a necrotized fucking brain. That's no good. Also, he had some shit in there too. There we go. Give me this. Give me that. And I'll go ahead and take that too. There you go. Here. Internal contraband, don't forget to mark it. Thank you, me. Yep. Drugs. Bullet.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Fire extinguisher or flamethrower. That's what I'm looking for. Flamethrower. Okay.
Please, just tell me what's happening.
Whee! Oh! Damn it! He wasn't dead yet! Damn it. Oh well. I like playing with them when they're on the fence and they're all dead.
Move it.
I feel okay. I promise.
I bet you do. I bet you feel just fine. Pulse. 170. It's elevated. Elevated pulse. Okay. Good there. Got stink. No stinkies. He does have cuts. Red bruises. Okay. Got cuts and red bruises. Lungs are good. Hiccups don't mean anything. They're just an indication that maybe there's something else wrong. It's a indicator, not a symptom. Dude, can I please have the finger in your belly? Whatever that is, you got some internal is that contraband? That's definitely contraband. Okay. Pinkies. Spermies. Orangies. Ghosties. Pinkies, spermies, orangies, ghosties. I don't see any spaghettis. Yep, okay. Pinkies, spermies, orangies, ghosties. But he had body parts in his gut, so he's dead anyways.
And wait
So
for your turn.
he's toast.
Remove your outer clothing, hats.
He didn't have a bag, right? No bag.
gloves.
Okay.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Mm-hmm.
Sir.
Wee! Wee! Field hockey. There we go. All right.
Come on.
Come on in. Nice hat. Are you Dan's Gaming? Have we been waiting for? We've been waiting for you. Are you Dan? Am I gonna? Is Dan gonna be on the fucking last day? This guy looks fucking pale. Now that's pale. You got the stinky on you? No stinkies? All right, looking good. Look good there. Oh, bruises. There's bruising. There you go. There's some bruises. Oh. Oh, we got that demon breath. Oh, you're fucking toast, bro. Nope, good there. All right. Looks like you got a backpack, though. Got to make sure to mark that down. Backpack. And demon breath. That gets you a one-way ticket to the VIP area. Oh, shit, that's right. I got a new hammer. Let's hammer him.
Am I in trouble? I thought I was safe.
You are in the quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for
Nope.
your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses, and gloves.
God damn it! Shit! I even got the upgraded hammer and it wouldn't even do it. God damn it! It's upgraded. It's supposed to be killer. Like, really good.
Ex-survivor.
False advertising, I say. Yes.
I am definitely reporting your behavior to your commanding officer.
All right. You got red face? You do. You got red face. You are mad. Look at that. Look how mad they are. Red face and a bad attitude. That's Dan. No. Oops. At first. No stinkies. No stinkies, no bruisies, no cutties. Okay. Got some yellow breath. Nope. Orangies. Got orangies there. Got spermies and orangies. Pinkies. Any sketty? Oh, that's still pink. Yeah, there's some sketty. You got all the greens. Okay. You don't have a bag. Oh my God, we're just gonna send you to quarantine. You're good. Heal up. Come back at it.
Oh, no, Mr. Fish. I don't go there.
Uh-oh.
I go right
Uh-oh.
to
Uh-oh.
base now.
Yep. Sorry. There we go. Whee! Are we having fun? Whee!
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Come on up.
I feel okay. I promise.
Well, you're covered in herp. I don't know how good you can feel. Help me, stepbrother. I'm stuck in the fence. No, not pale enough. Not pale enough to call pale. Not Sarah Palin. Got a tattoo. Okay. Good there. Good there. Got a sausage. And a beer. Sausage and a beer. You know what? You know what? I'm feeling generous. I'll let you keep them up your ass. What you got in here, though? You got pinkies. Orangies. All right, I'm just seeing pinkies and orangies. That's not too bad. Yep. Okay. Pinkies and orangies. That's okay. You're good. You don't have a pack or nothing? No, you're good. Let's go. There you go.
No,
to the survivor block.
No, I forgot my meds.
Next up. God damn it, where's Dan? He's not even gonna show up today.
Please. I'm just tired. Not sick.
Oh, he's got the chicky nuggies. What? I'm not trying to say your name. Filenier. I did hit. Did you see me not hit an infected on the head and it just put him on the ground? It doesn't automatically kill. It's not like a magic hammer that automatically kills infected.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove
No,
your
super
outer
bummer.
clothing, hats, glasses,
I hit
and
that guy
gloves.
I hit that infected several times and he didn't go down. Or he didn't die. He went down. There's a bruise. No breath sounds. Yo, Sharchini giving a sub to Dan doesn't exist. Oh, how dare you. There's a beer in his gut. And a potato up, beer in the gut, potato up the butt. I'll let you keep him, buddy. Who am I to judge? No, I've not seen a flamethrower. I'm usually, a lot of times they'll save the quest for the last person of the day. And, yep, that person does have a backpack, so... Oh, I got a mark pack. Speaking of that. Got a mark backpack. There we go. And this guy's clean. Just some bruises. There was a flamethrower. I would have noticed a flamethrower. Fairly certain I would have seen a flamethrower. And it would have failed the mission. If I confiscated it, it would have failed the mission.
You are a hero. Thank you.
Move it.
Last one. Hinata! Thank you for the gifted sub to Elusive Dan.
I can't.
Fucking hell. You know what? You might be right. I don't know why it wouldn't fail me though. I have nobody in quarantine either. Shit. Chat, I mean, I would think that chat would have yelled at me. And also the mission would fail.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Those are pills.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Yeah, it says, yeah, do not confiscate it. I don't remember confiscating a flamethrower today. Maybe there was one I missed. Not only do I not remember confiscating, I don't remember seeing one. Yeah, I'm looking to continue that on Tuesday. EO. Okay, that's milk. She had internal contraband. There you go. Drugs and a bag. All right, reddies, pinkies, orangies, sketty, sperm. So all of the greens, one red. Okay.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
For crying out loud.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh. Okay, well, I got it complete, so we're good. Maybe I just forgot to check someone's bag or something. I don't fucking know. Hey, Jonesy. Sorry about the bullet and the hammer earlier. I apologize. One more day until until evacuation day. What is the quarantine? Or what is the quota?
Check the bulletin board immediately.
Oh, is that the quota right there? Is 18? And I have 16. Okay. So we're good. We're good so far. First things first. Generator. Food. Medicine. And now we need $1,000. No, I don't want to do that one. Quarantine's done. Is clinic done? Clinic's done. Oh, generator, the solar panels for the generator. Well, I don't need that. Yeah. And I think everything's good. I think we're all good. Just want to get the if we want to increase the quarantine, which we probably guessing won't need. All right, then it's feed zombie, feed Fluffles. Come here, Fluffles. Ed, Frank, how you guys doing? Oh yeah, who's a hungry girl? Who's a hungry girl? No, there's a set end date. Yep, there's a good ending and a bad ending.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Don't bother checking. There's nothing valuable left.
Let's see, skin rash and phage. You still have the skin rash. See it? I can see it right there. Do you still have the phage? Yep, you do. Yep, you got the reddies and the pinkies. Okay. Oh. You know what? We got a bunch of these, so might as well, just...
The subject is infected.
Well, got any last words? Just kidding. All right, next. Okay, lone walkers are near the wall again. Oh, okay. So go kill 3 zombies near the camp. Okay, can do. Okay. That was a cool 12 Hondo, and then we will use that to upgrade our... Nope, not that. This. Our quarantine? Nope, not quarantine. Oh, clinic. Nope, not clinic. Generator. Yeah, we wanted the solar panels. There we go. It better be Dan's day. We're running out of days. So we got this day and tomorrow. And that's it. Then we're done. Because it's not evacuation day today. The evacuation day is tomorrow. So we got 2 more days. Okay, so we did that. We checked the quarantine. Okay, let's go.
Move it.
I know the rules. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't okay.
The game's over. We complete the game, I think. Oh, he's got the stink on him. You got that UV stank. Thank you. I always forget to mark the backpack.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You can keep those. Beer and a sausage, you can have those. That's fine. You can keep those up your ass. Okay, we got spermies, orangies, pinkies. Spermies, orangies, pinkies. Do we have any spaghettis? Nope. Okay. Spermies, orangies, pinkies. All right, I think you're good to go, sir.
I won't let you down. I promise.
Next survivor.
The fuck is this? Oh. Okay. You got a gas mask too, that's cool. Alright, okay. She's got herpes and she's mad about it. She is not happy about the herpes. She doesn't have happy herpes. She has aggressive herpes. And she's pale. Yeah, she looks... Yeah, she's pale. She looks pale. Right on the edge. All right, elevated temperatures. Temperatures. Elevated temp. Okay. Bruises. Red bruisies. Red bruisies.
You are in a quarantine
Wow.
zone.
She might not be pale, but I think according to her picture she is.
Remove your outer clothing,
Would you agree with that?
glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You know what? Oh man, it's edge. It's on the edge, man. Yeah, see? Pale, no, pale. Yeah, I'm gonna say pale. Alright, what else? We gotta do this. Check those lungs. Nothing there. Okay. All right. That marks the bag. Bag. Okay. Well, you got enough. You got a ton of symptoms, lady. So I'll throw you in the quarantine. Poor inspection on that one, huh? Maybe she's not pale.
Come on.
You got stinkies? No, no stinkies. However, I'm going to take this.
You're robbing me. Why?
And that. You can keep the flowers and chocolates. Okay. Green, green, green. Okay. All right. Got some green breath. Five. Let's see. Ah, you got a pink organ there, buddy.
You are in a quarantine.
That's no good.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and
Yeah.
gloves.
Your tum-tum is pink.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You got anything in your ass? How about your mouth? No? Okay. Yep. Clean. Okay, so you had some contraband, and you do have a pink liver, so let's go ahead and throw you in the cage.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, I'm not. Are you gonna turn around and cause a fuss? I guarantee you, you will not want to cause a fuss. Not with me, not today.
Please, I'm just tired, not sick.
Oh, he's got hands. This guy's got hands. Yep. It looks like Ziz, doesn't it? A little bit, I can see it. Unless, is Zizarin's name Max Polaro? Like, openly? Oh, wow. Oh, what happened to your face? Someone gave you the business right in the mouth, bro. Five. There we go. Oh, yeah, UV symptom. That means instant liquidation, bro. I apologize, but that's just the way it goes.
Sure.
What? Yes, sir.
Maybe on their way there you can't hammer them to death?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
All right.
Please, can we hurry? I think we were followed.
By what? Zombies? We'd know, bro. I'm just letting you know, we'd know. We'd be aware. Lungs. Lungs. Orangies, pinkies. Spaghetti. Orangies, pinkies, and spaghetti. Okay. Had a bag though. Gotta make sure to mark the bag. Okay. You are free to go, my man. Enjoy. There's my quota.
I'll be okay, right?
You'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Churn with 4 months. Thank you, Churn.
If you find something, lie. I can't go back.
Stinkies. Nope, no stinkies. All right. There's some bruisies. Did DP have any nicknames in high school? No, I mean, DP was his nickname, sort of. But no.
You are in a quarantine.
No nicknames as far as I'm aware.
For your turn.
Whoa, there's some necrosis. That's bad news. That's a death sentence, bro. That's death. Oh, you got demon lung too. Fuck is that? Is that drugs or is that? Oh, it's a knife. Okay, hit internal contraband. There we go. Internal contraband. And a backpack. With a lime. He put the lime in the coconut. He drank them both up. Alright. This guy's fucked. Get him out of here. Look at him! Look at him! He looks like an angel! Look, he looks like an angel!
Move it.
Hey, listen, if you can't take pleasure in your job, what are we even doing here? Take that fucking hat off. Green stinky lines? Nope. Okay. Elevated pulse. Elevated temperature. Ooh, red temp. Elevated pulse, red temp. That means you're dead. Or you should be. Nope. Got the opposite. Close cross reflex there.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Since I'm not really needing any science points. Okay. Already check his breath? I did. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, dude has eye goop. I didn't even notice. Kind of blended in. Nothing in there though. Oh. Mark the backpack, right? Not that it doesn't really matter actually. Because if I kill him before he... Hold on. What if I soften him up before I send him off? Can I do that? Okay, I hit him in the head twice.
What could be worse?
Sir. Yes, sir.
No! God damn it! This hammer sucks!
What?
I paid extra money for this hammer and it sucks ass!
Don't make me wait.
I'm just tired.
The hammer only does damage if they turn aggressive? Really? Okay. Alright, we got a bloody nose.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You got yellow lung.
Zeki high.
Pinkies. What up, Chris? FCB 85. Thank you for the 51 months. All right, just pinkies. Okay, just pinkies. Wait, do you have a bag? You did not. Okay.
I have kids in there. Please.
Yes, sir. Next survivor.
Come on up. You got red face.
I know the rules. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't okay.
No backpack. No, vitiligo is not a thing. It's not a symptom. Like hiccups or sneezing or anything like that. Not something you mark down. You got the stink? Nope. Okay. Lungs are good. I bet there's something inside you that's going wrong. You're clutching your gut. What could it be? Oh, there it is. You got bloody. You got internal bleeding. There you go. And oh, that might be what's causing it. You have a cookie. You have cookie lung. And butt beer. Cookie lung and butt beer. Seen it 100 times.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and
Hey, who am I to judge?
remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses, and gloves.
You're here.
Don't make me wait.
For inspection.
Come on in.
I don't have any symptoms. See?
It doesn't seem like you do. Well, let's check. Shall we? Man, he might not have any symptoms. He doesn't. He was telling the truth. This guy didn't have shit. Zero. Clean bill of health. Like 3 this game.
Move it.
No, pink thong is not a symptom. Nope. I tried marking it and they said, no, that is not a symptom. Judgmental prick. I think this is what they said.
Don't touch that.
Sorry. I'm touching all of your shit.
Back off.
Oh, is this guy mad? Oh, this guy's mad. Oh, he got a bad attitude. We got a badass over here. That's a big fat temperature. Well, elevated temp. Got some scratchies. Okay. We got yellow lung. Oh, man, you almost went to quarantine, but you got a finger in your lung and a bone up your ass. Sorry, guy.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm.
Yep,
and wait for your
we're gonna have to.
Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses.
You got some internal contraband, and oh, I gotta mark the bag, and the weapons. He had a weapon, right? Yeah, he did. He had a couple of them. Got spermies, pinkies, reddies. Yep. Spermies, pinkies, reddies. Okay. And that was it. That's it. What you got? You got a death sentence, don't you? Yeah, you had zombie bones up your ass. So you're gonna go to the quarantine or liquidation. But first, let me pull out my gun just in case you get lippy. Come on, get up. Come on, get up. Oh, damn it. You took all my fun away. Some bitch. Look at him. He just looks like he's snoozing. He's just having a little nappy.
Come on.
Please don't scan me with that.
All right, you are pale. You are pale. You're like purple, Yoko Ono. And you got bloody mouth. Okay. I cured his cough. That's nice. All right, looking good there. Yep, that's a little wrong there. All right, you got the stink? No stink. That's just tattoo. Yep, tattoo. Okay. Oh my God, she's got the yellow lung.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
A fat lung. She literally has fat lung.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You're clean. Okay, or that's clean at least. What do you got? Pale skin, mouth bleeding, hyperaggressive reflex. You got a backpack? You did not. Okay. To the quarantine you go.
I'm not sick, I swear.
Max?
I don't want to look ahead because I want to be surprised when he comes walking up, but I'm really missing Dan right about now.
Please, I'm just tired. Not sick.
All right, he had weapons. Bullets.
I need that.
Drugs. More drugs. Okay. Looks good. All right, you just had some contraband, but other than that, you're good. Get the fuck out of here.
Thanks.
Move it.
Come on up next.
I'll do anything, just don't send me back.
Oh, you got something on the what the fuck button. And the beer. Oh, damn it. Sorry, that's a death sentence. Oh, man, you got lots of death sentences, lady. You got a whole bunch of them. All right, first, we do the bag. In UV, there we go, contraband. And now we go. We had eye pus, nose pus.
In a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove
Your haircut.
clothing.
Your haircut should be a symptom, I think.
And gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
She got the stink. She got a bite. She got necrosis. Okay, she got stink. She got necrosis and a bite. Scratches. Man, she is just a dead girl walking. Literally The Walking Dead, yeah. All right, nothing in the eyeballs, though. All right, did we mark the backpack? We did. Okay. Looks good. Or looks good. Well, it looks bad. Hey, you gotta get your joy in your job wherever you can.
Next survivor.
You're not Dan! God damn it, we got one more day to find Dan.
I've got my eye on you, soldier.
Oh, he's mad. Oh, he mad. Yeah, yep, he's got some aggression. Pulse is elevated. Oh, also, you see how it's situated here? Pulse and temperature. And then you go into the menu, and it's temperature then pulse. Switch those guys, come on. Just swap them. Put pulse and temperature like it is on the gun, please.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Oh, someone's got the herp. Oh wait, that's not the herp. That's blisters, or that's rashies. Rashy rash. Lungs are good. Let's see, that's looking all right. Looking all right. Anything up the ass? Nope. Nope, he's good. All right. Bag. And I didn't confiscate anything. So, send you right to quarantine, sir. Or, wait, you might get lippy.
Get over here, you ugly piece of shit.
Yeah, you might get lippy. Might get lippy. Oh, man. He almost ended up dining on a bullet.
Come on.
I've seen slugs move faster.
Yeah, someone's mad. This is not Dan. Elevated temperature? Just elevated. Okay, elevated temp. Stinkies? No stinkies. You got herp and vitiligo and red bruising. Okay. Herpes, red bruises, Sausage in the gut, potato in the ass. I've seen it 100 times, man. 100 times. Okay.
You are in a
Lots of quarantine these days.
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
I don't go there. I go right in your face now.
Prepare your belongings for
The Mr. Fish line. Every time someone says the no, Mr. Fish, they have been infected.
Don't make me wait.
Please, just check. You'll see. I'm fine.
She says with the bloodiest mouth I've ever seen. Herpes. Scratchies. Cookie, potato. You know what? You haven't done something for a while. Go ahead and get that cookie out of her ass. There you go. You're gonna eat that, you fucking Charlie, you sick fuck. This Charlie, he's a sick fuck. You ever spend any time alone with Charlie? What a fucking weirdo. He fucking eats ass cookies all day. Saku, stop it. You're not helping.
Wait, why? I'm fine.
All right. Still no Dan yet. We got one more day. There you are, Jonesy. Good boy. Good kitty. Well, we got a full... Oh. Oh. Wow, I have a fucking bunch of these now, dude. That's crazy.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses, and gloves.
I'm gonna use them in the morning on the quarantines. No penalties. But goddamn purchases. Oh, purchases, right. That's, yeah, I did that. Okay. So I got 5,000 bucks. And it's day 26 and it's evacuation day. Should be the last one.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
All right, resupply. Feed my guy.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Yeah, I got the rat achievement. Yep. Oh, someone killed a zombie. Who's a hungry girl? Who's a hungry backpack girl? You are, yes, you are, my little Dora the Impaler. All right.
Identification verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
I just need to get to the safe zone. My
The
family's
subject
waiting
is
for me.
not infected.
What's the death rate in here?
Yes, because it counts against you if you put
go?
any infected on the bus.
The subject is not infected.
It seems like this is the final day.
Please. Just.
The subject is
You'll
infected.
see I'm fine.
All right, next.
I know the rules. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't okay.
The subject is infected and must.
Next. Just push him out of the way. Just kind of slide him to the left there. That'll do.
Out of my way.
The subject is not infected.
Oh man, I almost whipped out my gun on you, dude, just for being a bad attitude motherfucker. All right, last but not least, you angry girl. Come on out, angry girl. You know what? I'm gonna save this one.
They say zombies eat brains. Now I know why you're still alive.
What you got? You got herpes, aggression, which I can still see. Pale skin, probably. Maybe, I don't know. What else are we looking for? Elevated temp and red bruising. You still got that elevated temp. Shit. No red bruising. Did you get better? Damn it. All right. You know what? Fuck it.
The subject
Yeah, I
is not
figured.
infected.
Go on. Get the fuck out of here.
Identification attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
All right. If someone shows up with a chainsaw, do not confiscate it. It's a U.S. Army prototype and the serial number has a match in our database. The operator is assigned to evacuate that unit. Do not confiscate a chainsaw. Gotcha. We did it!
Can we hurry this up? I have a stream to get to.
Yeah! There he is! Oh my God, he's here! Yes! Oh, yes! Yes, we found him finally! Took the entire day. Daniel S. Gaming. I don't know how many, like, I'm...
Quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
I couldn't think of someone better to test out if you can kill someone by whacking them in balls too many times.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
How many is that? 4? I'm gonna get up to 10. There we go. That's 5. That's 6. Damn it, that doesn't count, I don't think. Seven. Hit him in the Buddha berries. 7, 8. That's 8. 2 more. Nope, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. 9. One last one, Dan. That's it. And then the pain is over. Pain is over. Whoa, iron balls. Nope, that didn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. 10. Okay. So you cannot, I don't think you can kill somebody by hitting them in the balls. Here, Dan, let me take off your glasses real quick. There you go, buddy. Oh man, let me do it one more time. There you go, one more time. Come on. Let's, and then down again. Oh shit. You know what? I don't think I need anything else, so I gotta do. Thank you, 1212. 4, 5, 6, 7. I gotta give him the full inspection though. 9, 10, 11.
Yay.
Thank you, 1212. Gotta give him the full inspection. Let him know I'm not enjoying this. Sir, I had to do this. I am not enjoying it. I am not staring at your ass cheeks, sir. I promise you, sir. Your butt cheeks are safe from my leering, perverted gaze. All right. Let's see how your temperature is. His face is all messed up. Look at his face. It's all fucked up. Oh my God, I want a Dan zombie. Oh, I don't have enough time! I don't have enough time for a Dan zombie! Shit! Oh, I didn't even actually check his reflexes. Oh, I had that one coming. I had that one coming, for sure. Check your lungs. Lungs. Oh. Got some labored breathing. All right. Let's see what Dan's got inside him. Please, please, please have something up his butt. Come on, Dan. Come on. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Dan! Why don't you have anything in your ass? That's the first thing I would have asked for if they asked me to be in this game. I would have been like, how many things can you stuff in my ass? I guess you might not have asked. It might not have been something you inquired about. All right, nothing there. Oh, you do have conjunctivitis though. Forgot to mark that down. Okay, where are we looking at for symptoms? We've got, I don't know, Dan. What do you think? Let's just put you in quarantine for now.
Oh, is this the VIP area?
Oh, he said a thing! I wonder how many lines he has.
Verified. Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
And I love that his first name is Dan's and his last name is Gaming.
Can we hurry this up? I have a stream to get to.
Video game streamer who just wants to stream some games. A little zombie outbreak isn't going to stop his grind. Get back in quarantine.
Oh, is this the VIP area?
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving.
Well, now I feel like we can quit the game.
Please, if you find something, I can't go back.
Glasses.
All right, no stinkies for you.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Okay. Oh my God, she got moldy ass lungs. Look at that. Those lungs be moldy. Oh, if we find something that's like death worthy, I don't. Yeah, okay. I don't think I need any more science points. No. Yeah, science points. Yeah, we're good. So, deathworthy. Okay, come on in.
Move it.
We're gonna make this. We're gonna move this along pretty quickly.
I did anything and everything.
Oh, that guy has goop eyes. You got a chainsaw? No, no chainsaw? Okay. Next!
Next survivor.
Chainsaw.
Yes, sir.
What is that? Oh, it's morphine. Well, I'll take that.
It's all I have left.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try and streamline this process since we don't need any more science points.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
Oh, wait, he has a bag and he had contraband. No, he didn't have any weapons though. That's just contraband. Okay. So he had a bag, but no weapons. Just drugs. All right, you can go.
Thanks.
Next.
Come on.
Wow, you got an old 80s phone. Look at that. Okay.
Wait.
Oh, I should have UV'd it first. Hold on. Nope. All right.
Please don't.
Oh, he's got eye goo. Hooray. Perfect. All right, next.
Don't make me wait.
Don't bother checking. There's nothing valuable left.
Express lane is open. All right, no stink lines. Yep. Lungs are good. Man, I hate it when they're healthy. Takes so long when they're healthy. You didn't have nothing. You had 0 things. Fuck.
See you on the other side.
Next survivor.
Please don't scan me with that. I've heard stories.
She got yellow eyes. Not a killable offense yet. All right. Nope.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Lungs are good. God damn it, are you healthy too, you bitch? Oh, what is that? What is that? Stop biting. Don't bite me. Stop biting. Oh. It's just really tiny bullets. Okay. So you had some internal contraband. All right, you had pinks, sperms, spaghetti, orange. All the goddamn green ones. Okay. All right, you can go.
Zombies can't get in here, right? Right?
Fucking Jesus, Pharrell. What the fuck is that with that hat?
I can't go back out there.
Vitiligo doesn't matter. Come on, show me a bite or something. Hot dog and a cookie. Okay. Yep, nothing there. All right. I guess.
Zombies can't get in here, right?
Move it.
Right?
You are in a
I usually do the UV scan first to see if they have any stink lines,
Remove your outer clothing,
and then check again.
and gloves. Prepare your belongings
Stink
for
lines,
inspection.
no stink lines. No, it only works in endless mode as far as I know, Dan's. KMK. So I didn't use it. Okay. Nah, it's just conjunctivitis. It's not a death sentence, unfortunately. Ah, bite! There we go! Swell! Alright, next!
Next survivor.
This is just a bad dream.
Sorry, just move him in light. Yeah, thank you.
Don't take
Weapon,
it.
weapon.
That's all I have left of my mom.
Weapon. Oh, is that drugs? That's drugs. You got stink? Got no stink? Oh, but look what she got. She got a fucking runny nose, and that means death. Huzzah! Next, please.
Next.
You don't need to check me. Just look in my eyes.
No chainsaw.
I'm fine.
Alright. Okay, how about you? You got a stinky? That's oh, you got stink on you. Okay. Well, I'll mark that down. There we go. Take off the hat and the glasses, sir. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Holy herpes. Man, you are so close. I know you, man. You're gonna fucking, you're dead. You're dead, aren't you? You're dead. Got that stank on you. Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell? The smell of stanks around you. Damn it, he's just got the stink on him. He doesn't have anything else. Scratches? Anything? Nothing? Fuck. Lower right leg. Right leg? That one?
You are in a quarantine zone.
No, dude
Stay
just has a
calm
bunch
and
of
wait for your
tattoos.
turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Yeah, tattoos are really throw you off sometimes. What you got? He's got the fat colon. All right, fatty colon. What else you got, bro? Got any moldy lungs? No. Damn it. It's not good enough for a kill. Nope, nothing there. All right, bag with a weapon. And a fat lung, that's it, huh? Fuck! Alright, I guess you get to go free.
You are a hero.
Yep.
Thank you.
Come on.
Come on now. Take out those glasses.
Thank you for at least not yelling at me.
What'd you say, fucker? Fuck you! Okay, no stink lines. Show me a bite. Just show me a bite, bro. Show me a bite. We can call this a day. We can call it a day and go home early. Get some lunch. Show me a bite. Show me some necrosis. Show me them titties. They never have a sausage there without something up their ass. It's very weird. All right. No symptoms. Nada. Nothing. Zero.
Thanks, I guess.
Don't make me wait.
One more after this, and then we might be done.
Hard to take straight.
All right. Okay. First of all, he's got freckles. Got any stink on you? No? No stinkies?
are in a quarantine zone.
Okay.
Stay calm and wait for your
Absent
turn.
reflex.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Come on, show me a bite.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Show me a bite. Show me some necrosis. God damn you, you fucking healthy bitches. You make my job so much longer. Stop being so healthy. Oh, might have the demon lung. No. Damn, it's just labored. Shit. Fuck. Healthy. Shit.
What's the point?
All right, here we go. Last one. Do you have a chainsaw? You better have a fucking chainsaw.
I was helping others out there. Look.
No
bites.
fucking chainsaw on anybody.
What?
Is he pale? Damn it! Oh, herpes. Herpes is promising. Bruising. All right, herpes and bruising. Lungs, good. Oh, damn it. He just got, that is just bloody brain. That's not necrosis. That's just internal bleeding. It's not necrosis. There's no black to it.
And wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Nope, nothing there. All right. Yep, looking good. Go ahead. Oh, successfully got it. Classified gear, whatever it is, I got it.
No, I forgot my meds.
Okay, okay. We're not quite done yet. Now, what do we do about Mr. Dan's gaming?
Identification verified.
Oh.
Status stable. No incidents
Yeah.
reported.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see. We got some hand sanitizer here. We got the gloves. Oh, I'm tripping. Oh, I'm falling. Oh, I'm tripping and falling and... Oh, maybe I should. Hold on. Let's get him out. Let's get him out and see if he's infected. Because he had orange symptoms, right?
Can we hurry this up? I have a stream to get to.
He did have orange symptoms. Okay, let's see. Right in his face.
The subject is not infected.
Are you sure?
Oh, is this the VIP area?
I don't think this thing isn't working. This piece of shit isn't working. Hey, guys, could you please fix this syringe thing? It's not working. Oh, I fell. I'm tripping. I'm falling. He just went to sleep. Bye, Dan.
Attention, evacuation convoy arriving today.
All right, let's see. So, yeah, the only two... Oh, there's 3 achievements. The 2 hidden ones, it's just good ending, bad ending, whatever that means. And this one is achieve every evacuation quota in a single playthrough, which I think we're going to do right now. So I think you got to do 2 playthroughs at least to get the good ending, bad ending. I'm not even sure how to get the bad ending. Oh! Got to do evacuation first. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. I meant to go the other way. All right, 1 that way. There we go. The rest this way. Shit. I filled up one side. I didn't know I could do that. The zombie automatically goes. Okay. Tree is all filled. All right, starting from the top. Security tower, done. Tents, done. Generator, done. Canteen, done. Clinic, done. Laboratory, done. Quarantine is done. Checkpoint we didn't do anything on. And defense center is done. So the only thing we have left to do is the checkpoint. Oh, we're 8,000 shy. Ish.
External infected rushing the perimeter.
Fuck, we gotta do this one more time, huh?
External infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent breach.
Alrighty. Zero deaths.
Mission accomplished. Civilians extracted from the city. Standing by for further instructions.
Exemplary work. Stop by my quarters. I'd like to thank you in person.
Okay. Well, there's our guy. Hey, look at that. I'm
I don't know
here.
what'll happen
Okay.
to mankind tomorrow, but today you gave us a damn good reason to keep fighting. Command's given me a new placement in recognition of outstanding service. Credit where credit is due. I told him, hell, the kid did all the work. Son, either you've got some kind of guardian angel or somebody above must really like you. I want you to stay under my command. You could rot in this hellhole if you'd like. If I were you, I'd think twice about the offer. Whatever you choose, thank you for your service. This piece saved my ass more than once. Take it, before I change my mind.
I will. Thank you. Oh, leave or stay? You fucking kidding me, dude? Hold on. Before I leave. Jonesy? 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 Oh, there you are. No! Jonesy, I love you! Jonesy! Goodbye, Jonesy, I love you! Charlie! Other guy, please tell Jonesy I love him! Please pet Jonesy for me! Take care of him! Because I'm getting the fuck out of this fucking hellhole! Fuck this place forever! We did it! That was a fun game. Fun game. Hope you guys had fun. I had a blast. I will be back tomorrow. We're gonna let the credits roll, but I will be back tomorrow for some indie Saturdays. So give me your indie game suggestions if you haven't yet. I'm gonna look at those in a little bit. Look, hey, there's the content creators. Yay! Yay! Oh, I forgot this is a Devolver Digital game. Leia with 55 months. Thank you, Leia. Yep, one hidden achievement. And that hidden achievement is, I think, what'd I get? Get the good ending. Good work, son. And the other one is the bad ending. And 2.2% of people got it, but I don't know how to do it. I do not know how to get the bad ending. I suppose I'll look it up, but there you go. Great game, good job. Who do I thank? I thank who made this game? This game was made by Brigada. Brigada Games, good fucking job. Nice work, fun game. Shoot everyone, don't make the quota. Send infected, something like that. Yeah. All right. This game will remain one achievement not gotten probably forever, but that's okay. I'll see you tomorrow for Indie Saturday. Until next time, y'all.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.